because I can give you an assurance that you can never solve all problems. And if you are that consultant that wants to solve all problems, then there's a problem. You will never be successful, and you will never be known, and you will never go anywhere. So, another one is angry investors. I put investors here, can be your clients, can be the customers. So if there are no problems, there are no consultants. I hope they told you yesterday. If there are no problems, there are no what? Consultants. Because one of the key things for consultants is that you solve problem. Are we together? You do what? You solve problem. So if on solving problem, you need to deal with angry investors. What is angry? Dissatisfied. Solving social problems. What are social problems? Things that are not wanted in a group or in the society. Is that not so? And that is the essence. When I translate it to a client or to companies. And the last one, failed products. Now you're asking, do consulting really product? So at least we should be able to answer. This is just making an answer for the next. Gain fresh and participation. I'm answering it myself. So product development and pricing for consultant, agile approach. I want to ask so that I will not be mistaken that you people have done management consulting, agile approach. Maybe we might have differences in our understanding. So when you hear agile approach, what comes to mind? What idea do you have heard? Can I hear you? Answer number one. Listen to me again. I have ground rules. In this class, as long as I'm here, no answer is wrong. All answer is just demands understanding of the concept. we're looking about. It's all about what? Responding to what? Change. So in everything you are thinking in agile approach system, it's actually responding to what? Change. And then what this means, if you are responding to change, you have to be flexible to respond. You have to be open-minded. You have to be adaptable. And that's why they gave you those words. But when we are focusing on the real in relation to what the software development is, what you are responding to what? Change. And let me tell you, today's world, even in the science, we have new technologies coming up, right? And technologies become obsolete. Why? Based on customer needs, customer satisfaction, customer test. Is that also the same thing? We're bringing this to product development for consultant. So let me use the word for them in English. The word agile means ability to move quickly and what? Easily, and responding swiftly to what? Change. This is key to aspect of what? Software development. But now we are suspecting software to what? Product development. So agile methodology differ significantly from other methodologies. Do you know why? Because in methodologies, we apply two things, what we call the quantitative and then the qualitative. So in agile product development, at a point, you can apply the quantitative. Why? When you require figures and you require testing. Are we together? Then you apply the qualitative when you require reasoning and an in-depth analysis. Are we together? Can we start running now? Because we are climbing small, before we now reach the altitude. Then, to your understanding, what is product? What is product? Okay. I said something? This is descriptive. What is product? It's fine. That's what I'm saying. Descriptive. Fantastic. That's what I mean. Who again? Anything that has utility. My economic student. That's fine. So what is utility? So that it will not be anything that satisfies a need. Simple English. You carry us utility to prove you are in economics. Praise. Oh, wonderful. So what is product? Anything that what? Satisfy needs. Can we all agree with that? So anything that can be offered to a market, anything that can be offered to a market for what? Attention, acquisition, use or consumption, satisfies a want or a need. So take one thing now from here, that in product development in any way, either in science, in technology, in consulting, in manufacturing, one thing is sure. What is sure? You must meet a need. You must satisfy a need. So if you want to run a consulting firm, the first thing you ask yourself is, what do I want to satisfy? What needs, what gap do I want to fill? And if you can't answer a gap, you go to consulting and you think consulting is organizing training. Do you know that consulting is not training? Let's come together. You know that consulting is not organizing training. But you think organizing, I want to enter into consulting business because I will be training, and in training you make money. Training is just a little or no part. But in the process of solving problems, training can come in if it is part of it. But that is not the sole purpose. The main purpose is to create something that one can a market for attention, for acquisition, use or consumption, satisfy a want or a need. And we give an example, which you, our Oga here, by the way, I love your suit yesterday. I didn't just walk to you to tell you. It was fantastic. Didn't you laugh with Steve suit yesterday? It was fantastic. You uniquely dressed. Instead, if they had to give anybody that dressed well, you got it. Okay, so he already told us what can be. So here, a service can actually be a product. What is the difference between a service actually and a product? In a latter way, a product is what you can see. What you can feel is tangible. Are you hearing me? Now I can tell you in consulting, your product can be seen. Your product can be touched. Your product can what? Can be felt. Even though it's service in court that you render. How? Can somebody tell me? Why? Because the end result. Yes, yes, yes. Apart from factory, what of hotel? So what are the end result? What are the products they can see? Increased patronage, revenue. What again? Expansion. So something visible. Are you hearing me? So if you are developing a visible solution, trying to develop something visible, you must develop something that is also visible. Are we together? So that we said, this is my product. Like there are some products now I can tell you. For example, Lagos Business School. The OMP is a product. The Owner Manager Program is a product. The AMI is a product. Are you hearing me? And those products are unique of their own. Developed because it's developed by the arm of that. In Prime Capital Consulting, for example, we have a lot of products. I will not want to share it until tomorrow, but I'm telling you about business, entrepreneurship, and money. So let's continue. So what kind of product do consultants offer? Mind you, agile approach. It means that our product cannot be static. It's a dynamic in nature because it keeps changing and you must do it and tailor it to the needs of your clients. Are we together? Great. So what type of product? Actually, everybody should say one. If not, you're not ready to fly. So let me hear your product, sir. We are saying the same thing. You are not asking me the same thing. You are telling me product. That's what it means. I told you it's very crucial. Because if you didn't get this one, I said that training is a passive one. Because we have training consulting or stuff like that. We have training agencies too. So training is just part. It's not really. Okay. Yes, change management. Yes. Good, we reach there. So now one of the products you develop is change management. So when you develop, how do you deploy it? Listen to me. What we are trying to achieve here is to enable us be able to develop a product, a sellable product that when you are present, if you go to a ministry, you go to a client, you go to a bank, you go to individual, they can fund it. So these are my product. And I want to build it from this stage to this stage. Are you hearing me? But it required this. I say, no, I have resources to support you. You can't tell me change management. How can I support you with money to build it? A product, we're talking about tangibility. And we change it to the service so that it's something that this is what I have, and this is fantastic. And by the time I deploy it, this is it. People will rush it. Can I give you a kind of an expo? This program we are doing is a product designed by the institute. So it sells it to you, and you say, "Wow, we want to buy into it." Is that not so? Do you have an idea of the product I'm talking about now? Do you get it? So that certification or that selling for membership for all those kind of become a product that has been developed. Are we together? So any other product again that consulting built? Until you realize it, you cannot just open office. If you can't build a product, you can't just open office and say, AK Consulting Services. And they called you and they say, can you tell us the product you're offering?
System optimization.
System optimization can be, for example, I created this particular product that anytime you want to launch into it, if you do so, there will be change. For example, there is a product we call organizational process management scheme. Now, any organizations we go in, we tell them that this is the price for this product. Where you allow us for 1 month, 2 months to deploy, you want to study, and then restructure, and we deploy what we have for you, and can change. And in the process of doing that, sometimes we can change the organogram of your organization. If it is hierarchical or horizontal, we can make it flat. Are we together? There's a company that I'm doing that is in Idu, that I'm doing that, and I'm changing their whole marketing strategy because they've adopted this program we wanted. And it worked. We give you an assurance of 100% work. It's a product developed and we deploy. Do you get it? Now, it's something you cannot see, but as I told you, the end result, you definitely will see it. When I went to Cambridge for making this decision, what do you call it? Decision making for leaders. There's a product they sell called decision making for leaders. And I bought into it. And I went there with my mind because I paid for it. Since I'm paying for, don't you pay for product? So I paid for, because they sold that product for me. And I went there and I was ready to enjoy it. He was reading out my profile. Are you hearing me? And he was mentioning some things. These are products created by some people and they sold and I bought to it and they become mine. Are you together with me? The same thing in the consulting business. You must develop something that somebody will be attracted for and buy. I have a consulting firm. I have a consulting person that is an IT inclined. She's not fully my staff, she's my consultant, but I sell her product. So if I have a challenge, I say, this lady has this product. What is it? Then she goes there. Possibly it's the knowledge that is inherent in her, but she deploys it, solve their problem, and there's a fee attached to. An IT person that says, I'm a website designer and developer. He has created a product called website developer, or developer or stuff like that, anyone. Then by the time you now package it, he will tell you, no, my own is not like this. I don't do this, it's back end and stuff like that. Why? It's a product. So as a consultant, you must have that understanding that you must offer something that can be seen, something that can create a change. Before you call yourself, I'm CMC consultant. So if you don't have the product, you cannot sell. And that is why I say, remove your mind from training. Do you get it? And then try to create something that is marketable. Try to create something that someone will run for, will want to have associate with you. Can I give you some example? Those people that are Christians, why do they advertise some specific program? Breakthrough hour. And in breakthrough hour is prayer for breakthrough. Is that not so? It's a product. You that go to church. Some churches, you are not a member of that church. But you bought the church member, you bought some product of other churches that you attend permanently. Are we hearing me? Because they created that thing. Now look at the consulting like that. What are you creating? If they think, for example, IT, what comes to your mind? Because they've created, that company has created that product. If you, for example, if I say hospital, for example, and you talk about NISA hospital, what comes to your mind? IVF. Are you hearing me? If you call, for example, any other one, let me call DIF, what comes to your mind? Surgery, they have this, they call this their kind of whatever, somebody will be there, they see everywhere, and somebody outside will even be walking and they'll talk together, network. So people want, no, means you cannot die. Is that also? It's a product they've been able to create. So for you to be a good consultant, That is what will come to your mind first. Then you now develop it and become a star in it. And until you do that, are you hearing me? You might not be able to be a consultant. And being a consultant by certificate is more dangerous when you cannot develop anything. So don't think of entering into consulting business if you can't create a product. Because the only thing that can attract people for you is what? The product you design, the product you create, and the product you launch. So, I even forgot the somebody, oh, you are using the place. So, are we together? So now, how many people can give me products now? Talk to me. Premium. So what's the product? The word premium is something of high prestige. Something that is this. So is how is it a product? I gave out an example. And because you say that, let me repeat myself. Let's get this clearly, please. It's of no importance if you want to set up a consulting firm and you cannot develop a product. You only be follow. I give an example with a church. That churches today build products, and they sell it to people. And some people, even when they are not a member of that church, what do? They go there, they buy into it. There are some organizations today that are into consulting, like Olumide Emmanuel. How many of us know Olumide Emmanuel? Olumide Emmanuel sell a lot of products. Is that not so? Now, those products he sells, can you see them? And he sells them specific. For example, there's this program I love so much, the Billionaire Enclaves. The Billionaire Enclaves, if you are there, is something else. We pay $3,000 just as a subscription yearly, and we pay for our attendance or other program. Subscription for 1 year is not a problem. That one is just for you to be the member. So you can be a member and not attend anything. But value derived from it, the value that you're going to get from it. So that is the product, because product must be the characteristics of product. Now, okay, I'll go there now. Where I stop, I'll continue. So, for example, these are some few things in the past. Are you hearing me? The kind of product that is developed, to give you an idea. For example, in 1976, we have what we call good portfolio analysis by Henderson, BCG Group. Remember the Boston Consulting Group? They created what we call a portfolio analysis and become a research. And people will go through it. And that's what they use to analyze how companies are profitable and how companies are not profitable. That time, you can't use it. You must pay them for them to deploy. Is it not a product? But today we study it in school and we put them to practice. Number two, for example, the Porter's 5 forces. They must have told you when you did a strategy yesterday. What are the 5 forces? It was a product developed by Michael Porter. So for an organization to have optimization, they create it. So people now buy into it. People now apply. So it becomes a place of what? Attraction. That's just an example. Are we getting together? Now, then, for example, the value chain analysis. Hamel and Pahandel, strategies from Harvard. It's a product. Many of them, BCG, etc., etc. Okay, you're still on the system. So I stopped somewhere because a product must be felt, must be seen, either by its own results. You don't just create name. Because creating just a name and no substance will actually come and deploy. You begin to say, oh, this thing has worked there before. Put it here to work. Are we together? This is now, it's not working on, and I need to move. So differently, can we develop a product now for our consulting? Who can develop one? Talk to me.
Electronic document management system.
Good.
So since everybody is trying to go
Data,
e-governance,
yes,
making your business lean and efficient. So, can come up with a consulting product that will convert all hard copy paper into soft.
Fantastic. So for example, you go to a company, you told them that whatsoever you have, all this your file, I can convert it for you in a cloud. Say, wow, how do you do it? He said, no problem. We will go through them, we analyze them, we scan them, and we beat it. How do you do it? That is the secret left for you because it's your product. By the time you keep selling, you now begin to train people, give them the knowledge for free. They start paying you. You have developed your product. Good.
In the light of the recent executive order that all public buildings must be maintained on a time-to-time basis. I'm planning to develop a product.
Good.
Building maintenance management.
Very good. So you is just to build. But what do we differentiate with estate managers? Because estate managers also manage buildings. So you must find, and I'm not saying it's wrong. Okay. So I'm just trying to make comment. So what to differentiate you from others, then you find that differentiation that can distinguish you. What will be a selling point, which we're going to go later. For example, let me give you an example of remitter, the remitter product. Is it a product? Payment, we've been doing transfer. Is there anything new? It's not new from what do you call it? PalPay is doing. It's not new from what eTransact is doing. As a matter of fact, cyberspace, they're all better than eTransact. But he came out with something and said, okay, this is for public sector kind of transaction. It's same transfer. It's same interbank transfer. Nothing different. But he create a portal and say, this one can accept traffic. Is that also? This one, you can move. So everything can congregate. Is it actually a single treasury account? You go to all the parastatal, every parastatal have their account. There's nothing like single treasury account. They have their account, only that the whole thing is moved to CBN. There's no central account that everything congregates in it. I'm a banker for 16 years. I was part of the people that did the platform, that run this thing. But what? Remitter came with something that is appealing for government. And even whether you like it or not, they imposed it. And people, because when they sell it, that is how product should be developed, and that's how product should be deployed. Are we together? I've gone for now. Okay, so I was trying to say so. Your product must carry this. It has great user onboarding. It means that people must be able to use it. People must be able to be interested in it. Then, where are we? Okay, you people are confused. Hello, sir. Okay, can we? This we are. Please, so that we can move faster. Product must look good. So in this one that they are not seeing physical, the presentation must look good. Are we together? It has a good price for value. Any product that doesn't have a good price for value. So, for example, you don't just mention, for example, when my brother was saying fantastic word, premium. But can you attach value to it? Can you attach money to it? The training arm that we run, we develop our training arm to be specific. We have high, we have low, we have medium, we have general. And what we do is we attach money to each. I'm going to tell you later. So even the product of training that we have, are you hearing me, is something that you can say, okay, this is the amount. It's not just general. The time to master is short. Any product, for example, if you buy electronics or phone, and it takes you 1 week to know how to operate the phone, will you still buy it? So it must be, it is marked efficient with clear value proposition. It solves a problem. Now, that is one of the key things, and you must know. If you are developing product, have in mind that you're solving problem. And as a consultant, what is the key things of your role? Your role is what? To solve problem. So can I tell you, people that are jappering, they're actually living opportunities. Because Nigeria, there's problem, right? So instead of jappering, try to solve the problem. Because when you solve problem, you have money. How many of us sincerely know Zoom before 2018? You understand? You know Zoom, but have you used Zoom? No. But with the problem of, I know, as a lecturer, I started using Zoom and this thing far back 2016, 2017. You understand? That we use. But we don't even use it for classrooms. We use it for our cohort meeting with the people that are partners outside in place of Skype. Are we together? So, but because there was a problem, they key into the problem and solve a lot of problems. Now, what problem are you solving? In what sector? In what area is key to developing a product? You know, we said the thing will be practical this year. Now, it has a soul. The product have what? A soul. It means the product is being, you know, we have what we call the soul, the body, and the spirit. Shall we know that one? And this body and the spirit are always fighting to gain what? The soul. So if you yield to the world, we are going spiritual small, right? If you yield to the world, you are of the world. The physical, the flesh will be the one to be in charge. So for example, if you are the one that go drinking, you go hang out, you go clubbing, you enjoy, you know, you are satisfying the flesh. The flesh will definitely conquer the soul. But if you are the one that is always praying, meditating, studying the word of God, doing the things of God, you are building your spiritual, it will conquer the soul. Now, every product has a soul. And until that soul is built based on the idea you have, based on the big picture, are you hearing me? It cannot sell. So nobody can build a product for you and sell it for you. It is the spirit in you or the flesh in you. So if you do it shabbily, the flesh way, what will happen? It will sell. Because even the natural product that you have, there are some products that are very cheap and they are valuable. There are some, the same product, the same satisfaction, utility derived from, but what happened? People, and some also put high price, the same thing. You see all these leather shoes we buy. Are you hearing me? I saw somebody say he bought 400 and something thousand. I say, shoe, 450,000 leather shoe. I say, wow, very, very cheap. But the one my uncle is doing here in zone 4, of the 15 and 20, I don't want the betterness, but they serve the same purpose. You see their leg, are you hearing me? And they are the same. But then everybody has a reason. It's the soul they are buying. So what is the soul behind your product? If I give you an example, for example, to choose between any of the banks, what will make you to choose Zenith over GT or GT over this is the soul. So what is product development? When you hear product development, what comes to mind? What might be some goals in product development? Let's say the first question. What comes to your mind when you hear product development? Talk to me. Creating new product, fine. Who again?
The process of The process of bringing out the product.
The process of building out a product. Good. Who again? Valuing the end users in mind. Great. Who again? Fantastic. We've all spoken. So what might be some goals in product development? Why? The why of the product development. What is the why? You know, I told you Japan is coming, right? Are you talking to us? Okay.
Okay, so the why will consider the needs.
Okay.
Before you go after a particular product or you want to
Yes.
develop,
Good.
you must identify the need
Yes.
for that product.
Great.
And so it will help you to develop for the need,
Please.
to meet the need.
Great. You know, I used to say this. January is coming. Everybody, how? I want the what? I want this. I will be this. You are doing the what, Abi? What do you intend to achieve? I'm building my house. What do you intend to achieve? I'm marrying. But the most important critical in the five W's is what? The how. And then the why. If you have a reason for anything, are you hearing me? How to do it will be smaller. So we're talking about the why. The how is the discussion of today. Are we together? So the why is because you want what? The reason for consulting. And what is the reason for consulting? To solve problem, to meet a need. So why develop a new product? I just wrote some things. Answer is meeting a need. Number one, to create a stars and cash cow for the future. Create a stars and cash cow for what? The future. And that is the apalapala we're talking about. Tomorrow, we see a different angle. To replace declining product. For example, if you are into fiscal meeting, if you are into fiscal training as a product, and COVID-19 came, you would have gone poor by now. But what? You need to reinvent. To take advantage of new technology. These are the reasons. To defeat a rival. Competition is key. Everybody, like for example, assuming all of us that graduated this year, people that graduated next year, people that graduated last year, everybody want to float a management consulting. Definitely there will be what? Competition. But I strongly believe Benito has told you about blue ocean and then the red ocean. Because there's always an ocean that one can swim in. Either it's the red one or the blue one. If you want to go to the red one, you must be with the big wings. But the blue ones is a product of ideas, a product of what? Thinking. Then to maintain and increase market share. For example, my team and I were going to be, we will have a strategy session just a week before we close for the year. And the session is, that's the question to answer. How do we maintain or increase our market share for the year? And we're going to do that with facts and figures. How did we fare? How many clients were in our books? Which client gave us what? How much? And where do you want to be? The first quarter, the second quarter, the third quarter, the last quarter. And what will we do differently that will add the bottom line? And that is essence. It can involve, oh, we need to develop this product. We need to introduce this. We need to introduce this in our businesses. Then to keep up with rivals, people that are ahead of you. And let me say this, in anything you are doing at all, you must have a benchmarking. There must be someone, a company, an individual that you are doing what? You have benchmarking. Even if you are differently, okay, this man is posting 200 billion a year. I think we should be posting 200 billion a year in the next 4 years, in the next 5 years. Are you hearing me? You must have a benchmark. Someone that you're benchmarking is key to your success, even in product development. Then to maintain a competitive advantage, always being on top and differentiated. And to fill a gap, okay, which is the need that our brother planning. Before you start any product development, there's what we call what? New product planning. You don't just jump into the market. You don't just start something on your own. No, you must sit down and calculate. You must sit down and recount your steps. So what do we do? Is This is strategic stage. Strategic stage is the thinking stage. It's the analysis stage. I call it a strategic stage is what? A moment of truth. Because we know we lie to ourselves always. We are this, we can do this. But the reality is we don't tell ourselves the right thing and the right truth. So the firm assess its current product portfolio. What are we actually offering? You have to look at it. What are we offering at the moment? What is in the market? These are the things you sit down to do. Then you begin to look at the opportunities available. And then when you mention all the opportunities available, for example, let me give you an insight. Today, in the real estate market in Abuja, are you hearing me? Do you know is the most striving business in Abuja today, right? Where is the most unorganized sector? Do you know that you can come out with something that you can bring them all together in a page? And anybody coming to want to know an information about a real estate within Abuja, are you hearing me? You'll be the star. And you can do it for a fee. So create an opportunity. Yesterday, I was telling my class that I want somebody to partner me. Do you know that we don't, as big as Abuja is, city of elderly, it's only Catholic church that have an elderly home, which if you go there, you cannot see 10 elderly people. In any developed society, developed community, are you hearing me? If you have an elderly home, well furnished, room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms, couples can stay. Those that doesn't have that, they are aged, that don't have spouses can stay. A meeting common room, a fantastic recreation area, a football field, a table tennis. Ages between 70, 75 and above should stay. I'm telling you, all the elites that left their brother mothers in the village that are afraid of witches and wizards that don't want to go back, they'll bring them to stay here. Have a clean, fantastic clinic. It's a niche. It's a niche that the real sector in Abuja have not discovered. I'm giving you an example. We did a study 5 years ago, and 3 companies has gained in that real sector, in real estate. Student hostel. You know the most selling thing in Abuja today is student hostel. If you don't even, and you know that they pay per term, and the least, which I know, the least of all, is 750 per term. And you pay rooms. How many rooms do you pay? And 1 room. And that room, you are not alone in the room. It's a must. You have 2 or 3 of you in a room. Because student hostel, they don't allow them to stay alone. What happened? You create a niche by looking at the opportunities available, but also you need to look at the threats. You need to look at what are the disadvantaged parts before you went and develop something, and before you know, you wasted money. You waste money. And if you don't have reserve, before you return back, competitors has gone far. So a firm then determines the type of product which will be best fit in with the corporate strategy. So new product development is a process which designed to develop, test, and consider the viability of a product which are new to the market in order to ensure the growth vital of the organization. If you stop growing, you stop leading in the market. Now, stages in new product development. These are the you expect here. For product, I'm telling you, we're just going to flip inside. There are stages that are key so that can enable you come up with products that will be sellable. Number 1, idea generation. Idea screening, concept development and testing, market strategy and development, business analysis, test marketing, and commercialization. Idea generation. What do you mean by idea generation? What we did before when I just asked questions that our brother here and here was able to come out with something. You just need to sit down. What is new? I was assisting a client when wanted to, a lady that they just sacked from UBA, and just as a consultant, I never knew her, just said, I want to do something. Can we assist me? I said, okay, I'm going to sell a product to you. What do you like most? Do you like children? He said, yes. She said, yes. Do you like this? She said, yes. She said, yes. I said, okay. Can you run a school? She said, hi, this stretch is too much. But I said, okay, you're going to run a school that nobody's running. It's only one person who was my colleague I shared this with that is running it in Usetu. But as a matter of fact, she has grown to school. So that idea has already been sold. So what is the idea? I say, okay, rent a 4-bedroom or 5-bedroom flat, rock everywhere, put TV everywhere, create a kind of an image of children. And your work is just all, if, for example, some children that I know they can go to school, they're sending them to create all those kind of things. You don't bring them in. You are going to feed them. You're going to take care of them. And there's no closing time. Anytime you can come and pick them, provided from morning to evening, up to 10 p.m. And those that did not come, please come tomorrow morning. Your child is still here, we'll feed and take care of. But it's just with an extra fee. Can I tell you? She grew it to the extent that even people want to go on holiday and they don't want to go with their children, or something happened, they don't want people to come and stay in their house. Do you know what they do? They'll go and drop the children there. Now, as I speak to you, the lady has 4 or 5 buses. You go and drop your child to school. After school, because you are a busy banker, you are a busy person, their bosses will be there to go and carry them in their school, bring it to her center. Anytime, come and carry them. Now, if you know the in second avenue in Guarumpa, before the market, the lady has taken over double, they're twins duplexes and another one together and doing that business. And you pay her on monthly basis. So if you need the extra service, you indicate, and that extra service can be delivered at a fee. And she has no mind at all to think of starting a nursery or primary so that vision will not be distorted. That is a unique product by generating an idea. So your idea should be something that has not been done before, or an improvement on an existing product, or something that you are bringing. And that is the people that travels. Majority of the people that are schooled outside. Are you hearing me? If you look at it, if they tell them their stories, they saw something somewhere and they want to replicate it here. So if you cannot travel, but sit down, think, unskill yourself so you can see things, open your eyes, and can only be done with people that are positive in life. Not like as they are telling you, it's not possible. It has not been done before. That kind of people, you cannot have ideas. Talk to me. Are you the one? Because the lady is fair like you.
Not the one. Good morning. Okay, we are still on the idea generation. Yes. Yeah. I also want to say something. I think from what you said so far, you said, an idea, something that have not been done before. So I think there is also a need. We are talking about agile approach, yes, and we are saying it's all about meeting a need. Yes. We have Uber, we have boats and all these things, yes, and like that. And there's something that people have not looked into. We have these dispatched riders, yes, and nobody has even thought of creating an app where you can easily, check with your app or Google Map, and you can just pick them, design a software or something, an app where you can just, get
Thank
them.
you so much. So it's an idea you can develop.
Yes.
I don't want to discuss ideas because already now as I'm talking, even Hajia there has already had an idea. So ideas, that's just it. Think and come up with something unique. I was just giving an example. Thank you so much. You are a great woman. Let me say this. As a woman that is always asking for money. That time I was living, that was 10 years ago, in Dawaki, by that news engineering. Do you know that if you go after news engineering and take your right, there's a woman there that is doing course now, but it's my idea. I said, madam, what can you do? He said, nothing. Every day my 5,000 be going. I say, no, that cannot happen. Can you, if I say, can you do kose akara? I will say, yes. So I say, aha. Can you do akamu? Yes, aha. I say, okay, go and give me what you need to start. We started that business with 15,000. She thought, because I showed her that you are paying me my money, you know, that kind of a thing, so that she will not squander it. That woman continue. Now, I knew for sure she has 2 children in university. That woman in the market. Why? Kose is not something that, akara is not something that is new. But the location is new. It's an imagined area. That time, apart from 2 of our houses that are together, no building there. That side, no building at all, complete. But only 2 buildings there. Well, she maintained that place. In fact, I don't even know where she lives now. Ideas. Generate an idea. And let me say this, my book, New Beginning is Possible. You might be thinking you don't have an age. You might think you are old in generating ideas. Brothers, the guy that did KFC, how old was he? It's not 77. It's 73. 70-something years, but it's 73. The age is not important. But most importantly is what happened. When he finished from serving, they pay him peanuts from service. And he said, what can I do? Let me do Thanksgiving. So he went and bought 2 chicken or 3, spiced it the way she has been trained in the army, and then distribute it for neighbors that I'm now fully retired. I just want us to enjoy and say, thank you. So, you are the one that did this? He said, yes. Wow, can you do it for me for free? He said, why not? He said, okay, just buy. The man went, wow, that's nice. Please, can I order it that every social day you bring social number for me? The neighbor, that is how, at what age? Has gone all over the world. Sometimes ideas can be provoked by a need and circumstances. Can I tell you, how many of us know Ada Ahmed died? Do you know that she was not raped and got pregnant at a wrong age, and she did not suffer? Possibly you didn't have her name. Why? Has it been everything is going on well? Possibly she wouldn't have gone to acting. She couldn't have feel like I need to take my destiny in my hand. Even Genevieve Naji, possibly as if she didn't got pregnant early, and the family like almost abandoned her for the act she did. Possibly you didn't have her name. There are sometimes negative things that happens in your life will provoke you to create something. Some of our footballers, because they throw them out of primary school, so they went to the street of Ikorodu, enjoying themselves and discover their skill. And that's how they found themselves in Europe. And today you see them celebrity putting 1 earring here and nothing will be here. Honestly, sometimes they wear your cap and they don't know the secret of it. No, you are here today. So please, idea generation is key in developing a product. But these ideas must be screened. You must filter it so that not all ideas, there are ideas that cannot generate money. The greatest mistake I've ever made is not about the idea, about my inability to screen the idea. The idea is fantastic, but it burned my hand. Oh God, discover something. It's like you're not the one that wore that suit yesterday. It's like that's the man. Can you stand up, sir? For mistaken identity, and you have refused to accept it. And you balance like you are the one. But now, because I'm not right, I'm not, you can sit down, sir. You are still okay, sir. Yesterday you are fantastic. I was pressing this man, I thought you are the one. So I now saw, I said, what am I seeing? Have you changed your seat? Do you know this is why I say, you know this one the same, and your body. So I'm not mistaken, but you are doing well. I can't even remember. That is it. That is it. Akbada, this is the man, bro. We recognize you by your dress yesterday. Okay, so you need to screen your ideas of the product. For example, one of your products is outsourcing or recruitment. You cannot just enter the market and recruit everybody. You want to recruit for supermarket. You want to recruit for construction firm. You want to recruit for banks. You must say no to some things. Any business, I'll tell you tomorrow in the entrepreneurship part, that any business you cannot say no, you can never be rich, you can never make profit. So you need to screen the idea. In screening the idea, you must apply those qualities. Is it something that is appealing? Is it something that is sellable? Is it something that is reliable? All those things, put them into consideration. Then you launch. Then concept testing. How do we test? Concept testing presents the consumer with a proposed product. There are, IPM did concept testing this year by organizing free training. And one thing I discovered is actually it's not about the training, but about selling the membership. And it was organized free, and I think one of the highest number. You need to test what you're offering, whether it's appealing, whether it's acceptable. And in concept testing, you get feedback, you get criticism, and you must be ready to accommodate them. And you must be ready to make adjustment and change. So when they say, this is not, some people will actually reject everything, you know. That also cannot deter you from continuing when you believe in it. So the question is, what product are you testing? Market strategy and development. Let me tell you, any business, no matter how fantastic is business, if you can't take it out to those people that need it, the West. A lot of people have good ideas, especially in consulting. You see them, they can solve problems. Monitoring and evaluation. They can monitor product. They can do a lot of things, but what happened? They can't take it out because you don't even know how to sell it. You must develop a marketing strategy for that development. If you want to go to shoe market, for example, and you tell me, I want to go and sell shoe. I say, fantastic, go and sell shoe. You can't just go and sell shoe. You must identify who need the shoe. Okay, I want into student shoes. What are the type of shoes? Or children's shoe. Even if like a bad shoe, even if at that, sometimes we have what you call Italian shoe. Okay, what of either male or female? You see, it's a market that is big. So if you want to do jack of all trade, there's possibility you might not succeed. So define the market and develop a program, strategies, how you are going to take this product to them. I had this thing for ACCA for the North. It became easy work for me to sell ACCA in the North. What did I do? I just said, okay, this is what we're going to do. How many tertiary institutions? We have about 187 in the whole North. Okay, what can you offer? This is it. So I'm going there and will tell them that if you qualify, they know ICANN. They don't know ACCA much like that. So if you are ACCA, easy for you to JAPA because anywhere you go in the world, they accept ACCA. With ICANN, you can't JAPA and be recognized. And do you know that if you are writing an ICANN, if you write an ICANN and want to qualify for ACCA, you write 4 papers. But if you write an ACCA first and you want to qualify for ICANN, you write 2. So easy way to have 2 certificates is to go through ACCA. It becomes easy. So it's one of the easiest work that I get my palapala, clean my mouth to sell because the market is already, you map out the market and you know the language to deploy. Any of your product is like that. That is a product. business and financial analysis is very key. How many of us is running any business? You are running your own personal business. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you are running your own personal business. How many of you are signatories to your account? You are only one. Good. You are only one. You are the only signatory. You are only signatory. You are only signatory. You are only signatory to all your account. Virtually all of you, you are only signatory to your account. That's fantastic. Secondly, since you are only signatories to your account, are you hearing me now? You people that are having business, how much do you pay yourself? How much your salary? You pay yourself. How much your salary? You don't pay yourself. Good. 187. You don't pay yourself. You don't pay yourself. Oh, fantastic. Can I tell you an idea? That is what we call briefcase companies. And briefcase companies dies with the owner. Are you hearing me? So that kind of business can give you billions, but it will just end up like a Concord of Abiola of old days. Well known. After death, the company has to go. Why? Because the company starts and ends with you. So in business and financial analysis, if in a product, either one that the company is running or many, you must attach, okay, what is this, so that you don't put everything together, number one. Number two, you must know everything must be apportioned. The cost of it, are you hearing me? The everything of it that has to do logistic, everything must be attached to that particular product, so that you know whether it's giving you the kobo or not. Let me now come to you people. Do you know that if you are signatory of your business and you are the only one that have the right to sign, and this is also a problem? Is a problem. You shouldn't be person that have control, because you separate the business from yourself. If you separate it from yourself, first means you're accountable, even if you are all in all. And anything coming out from there, because we in consulting, sometimes for example, one of our product is financial management, accounting, and audit. We do in a firm. So sometimes you want us to plan for your account. And we say, give us a statement of account. And statement of account, we saw tithe to your church. We saw payment for wedding. We saw, where can we put it? So these are just miscellaneous. That's what we actually do. But in real sense, you're actually not, it's supposed to be something out of the profit. And those costs cannot be apportioned to the company operation. Cannot be apportioned to company operation. So test marketing, you need to test your marketing too, whether people like it or not. And that's why you organize free trainings. You just go there, ask, what is the problem in this organization? Diagnose the problem, advise them whether it will work or not. Then you build a program around it. Then you commercialize your product. Any product you can't commercialize is a problem, because you have a fantastic product, but you cannot sell. Like the guy we had meeting during the weekend. I'm interested in B, and I got B in this program last year, the B business. And he came down from Jos. If you see ideas, and he has been in the business like 10 years, and yet he does not have his own. So I brought him in just to tell me, I saw fantastic ideas. But the guy is asking me for 1 million for us to make it. I said, I lie, not with you. I won't do my own. You know the reason? Because that person does not have commercial sense. So it's going to be a burden. So all I needed is the knowledge. Give the people that can run and commercialize the thing for me. Then we grow. Then we make money. You must have a commercial sense. Commercialization involves implementing a total marketing plan and a full production, and also getting it down there. Launch the product, produce and place advertisement, every other thing that you can think of, communicate it, and then let the alerts start coming, and then reproduce and make it last long. Product development. Now, this is a framework. Might be a little bit advanced, but it's key. I just put that particular slide for you to know, like a framework. Modern framework include one, lean product development. What do we mean by lean? Don't just do something bogus, be utter. The main thing is start it small. Start it in a way that can be acceptable to yourself, appealing. Then you start growing. For example, let me tell you something. My wife, she's a veterinary doctor. That's why we have central veterinary clinic. And I discover, feed are changing. The amount of livestock are growing. So I have an idea. I wanted to do turkey, maybe 200, 300, 500. Because if you can grow them for 6 months, none of them you can sell less than 40,000. Now, I said, what did I do? I just bought 5. And I kept them. This 5 is what I'm going to use for my Christmas, but I can assure you 2 died, remaining 3. And I've learned all my mistakes in these 5. If hardly was one person carry one now, very, very big. But I've learned everything about it. Even though my wife is a veterinary doctor, I didn't rely on her head knowledge. What I wanted is I want to experience it. No problem at all. No problem at all. So that is idea of what? Lean production. Do something and small, then expand. 2, design thinking. It must not be the way it is. The agile part. Let it be subject to processing, to changing. Do you know why some banks just change logo? We are tired of what you have been seeing us. We want to see new. Like First Bank, keep changing the lion, half lion, big lion, nose lion. Are you hearing me? Why? They just wanted you to see something different. Front-end innovation. What do you mean by front-end innovation? Front-end innovation, that brings to my mind what we call thought leadership. I said, what it brings to my mind what we call thought leadership. If people think of that product, they think of you. How many of us, one of the things I'm missing in burning of next cash and carry is what? The bread, now you don't want to say it. You used to go and join queue in bread. Bread, you go and join queue. When you have 50 brand in front of Alaji there, you will not buy. You go and join queue and be sweating. Shift. Why? That is what you think. So for you to have that kind of this thing is, if they think of the product, what do? They think of you. Do you know that today, like Emeritus Business School, they are delivering value as best as as the way Harvard is delivering? Yes. The Singapore, yes. Google them and see the scholars behind. But if you think of management, advanced management course, what do you think? Harvard. What? Because that's what we call thought leadership. And that is what you should do in your product. If they think of, for example, anything, if I mention, for example, if I think of phone, 2 things will come to your mind, either iPhone or Samsung, even though Techno has the largest market in Nigeria. But yet, even those people are using the third phone, the Techno, they are not thinking that they will still think iPhone or Samsung. Now, if I said football clubs, what comes to your mind? You see somebody say Man United when you are behind. Why? Because that is what? Thought leadership. And that is what your product should look like. So even if your product is training, are you hearing me? Then if they think of management training, they remember your company. That is a product that we're talking about. Then we talk about 4 P's product. Okay, the 4 P's, we're discussing 2 of them, they're all marketing strategies. The 4 P's. What are the 4 P's? Product, price, place, and what? Promotion. So, now, consultant product decisions. I'm not dwelling here. But you must have the product attribute is the product characteristics. What it entails. and its own deliverables. Are we together? Then the branding is key. They say it's not about the container, but about the content. I used to disagree. The container is the one that will make you to test the content. All of us have gotten married here. Yes, you have prayed and fasted, but I'm telling you, if they did not force you to do that marriage, it's what appealed to your face, your eyes first, before the character coming. It was when you get close, you start hearing the mouth is smelling, you run away. Or you start smelling that you don't know how to cook, you run away. Or you start, the lady is too demanding, you run away. But the first is the brand, who's the physical thing you see. The same thing with your product, the way you package this, especially in consulting. The value proposition attached to, what can attract me to come? This is what people go to first. But by the time I've worked with some people, and by the time we go deep and say, I can do this thing now, why do I need to waste my money? They presented it fine for me and they've collected the money. What can you do? Then the packaging. You know, branding is what you create in people's mind. The packaging, the how you can carry, package, whether you can carry it well, whether it's something that is appealing in the pocket, whatever. That is it is physical product. The same thing, how you package it. 3 days. For example, the way they package this product that you are enjoying today, I told you I didn't see it before. Certificate before the program. That is a different package. Do you know that this is a problem that needs to be market everywhere? Is that not so? So what you'll be thinking of, where I was working before, immediately is immediately the light is going, that generator automatically will come up. And in between, I didn't know, I was thinking, in between, I didn't know that it was the inverter in between that would trigger the other one. It's not lack of light. There is something in between. So that 2 seconds that you didn't notice, it was inverter in between that pushed the light to the other one and trigger it to start. That's solving a problem. So idea generation, product development and deployment is purely solving problem. You're welcome. What problem are you solving? At a good program, what problem are you solving? Can we go? Technical people, can you on this thing for us? Yeah. We have to remain small. This laptop also work with light. So as the light go, he might follow. Please, any question? Any question? We're concluding now in the next 10 minutes. Nobody stopped me. I keep going. I didn't know I have this long time. I will never stop until you stop me. But we just conclude now, move. We're already done. This one don't have light too. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. How many of us are thinking how to develop product now in our consulting? And let me say, I must have told you yesterday that in consulting, it's not only management consulting. No. There's IT consulting. There's engineering consulting. So it's something you can deliver value. We have surveyors that are consultants. Their own is just to do QS. Do you understand? So you just need to. Okay, so we're talking about labeling. We're talking about products and services. Any product you're going to do, for example, if they want to subscribe to that, do you understand? You should have backup. So even if you finished, for example, in consulting, we develop programs, you should be able to make some that could be self-service. Like this program now is documented, can be posted on the website. You can revisit and listen to all that we have done. Do you get it? So where you miss it, you'll be able to get it. Now, as far as I say, these are key things that it must stick into your mind. You know, we've discussed it already, but out of them, I picked these three that you must have at the back of your mind. Then, now, listen carefully here, please. We are familiar with what we call product life cycle, right? Well, we always miss it at the important part. And I'm not going to discuss product life cycle, but I'm telling you why people continue to be in business, even when there are agile happenings every day, is if they come here, they change the strategy. And what are the strategies that can hinder you from declining? You have reached your optimum. Are you hearing me? And then the product, people are using it. You have the market share, but you are afraid you can decline. What are the things for you to do? Fast, we don't have time. Product development, yes, you've developed the product, it's selling. We have reached there now. What do you do? Maintain the quality, number one, but most importantly, is the leadership that take you to that place. You are already there. The leadership is doing well. What do? You rebranding? It might lose, you may lose your market because some people will not believe you. Now, evaluation is a process that you do every day before you reach there. So now you are peak, you are enjoying the revenue.
You can differentiate the market.
If you change it, I mean, what is in the mind of people will change. Yes. Yes.
At a point, they started having Maltina strawberry, Maltina this, Maltina this. You understand? They understood that even
Very
though.
good. So differentiation.
Yes.
But another thing I want you to have at the back of your mind, please take notes. Yeah, I'm concluding. If you reach your optimal, are you hearing me? Create subsidiaries. You know the difference between Zenith Bank, GT, and First Bank, are you hearing me? Is when GT went up, Zenith Bank went to some certain level, they create insurance, they create pension, they create stockbroking, they create finance house. Are you hearing me? And all these are generating profit and they are maintaining their stage. First Bank didn't have anything to fall back to. So when there's that crisis, it must bow to that crisis. Do you get it? GE, the same thing. It's GE Electric. But now when they reach that optimum, they move to oil and gas. They move to this, they move to this, even hospitality. But yet what they are offering, they keep it. And those ones become legs that can keep it moving. Studio 24, I'm their consultant. Do you know what is keeping Studio 24? I hear me today. It's not the photography. They made money in the photography. And when they reach their peak, people are not interested in printing. They start giving software. They are still maintaining, but what is keeping them? Real estate. They're moving real estate. They are creating that. They see a plaza like this. They will buy into it, scatter it, put their own this in, give out orders. So they're making 40 to 50 million naira profit after tax, after everything. And then you begin to wonder why they invest. I mean, they create some subsidiaries to keep them up. In your product, the same thing. Create product that will support the main product in mind. Design thinking, in fact, I've done that before, but that's how to be done. You emphasize, you define, you ideate, and prototype, and treat. Then the 4 P's I've discussed it already, right? Then, okay, product pricing for consultant. Now, everything you do, you must attach money. I don't want to, the objective is get value for your effort. How to price depends, because there are different strategies that you need to employ, but you must break even. Are you hearing me? And then you must cover your costs at any point. The strategy are here. Either you are using the pricing for penetrating the market, either you are using it for cost pricing or to influence elasticity of demand, or market scheming, or value pricing, loss lead, all those things. You have to one thing in the back of your mind, that cost, your cost is what? Covered. You can afford to say this year, we are just maintaining our cost and make a little for our reserve for the future, but we must make known. And then you break in. That's what Kia did. When Kia came to Nigeria, what they used was price. You are maintaining all cost until the money, until their car has gone to a lot of people's hand, they're up top. Do you know Kia today is more expensive than Toyota, even new one. Go and check now. Why? They use it. And in your pricing of a product that you want to sell to your client, do like that also. It's not a must, but that's the only thing that can maintain you and keep you in the market. Talk to me. Yes.
I come from the construction industry. I know when you talk of construction, Julius Berger has, yes, but that's the general markets. We have our different niches, our different markets. So I want to understand better how I can apply value pricing, because I believe value pricing is what?
Yes, value pricing, as you said. But you know, in consulting, it's different from a tangible product that you buy and sell and get satisfied. Value pricing is what you attach to it. Let me say this. Some of these things that we feel is expensive is what they attach to themselves. If I'm recruiting, I recruit. In fact, 11 o'clock, I'm going to recruit. And I ask you, how much do you want me to pay you? And you tell me anything, or I will go with the standard of the organization. You already have standard that you follow. I'm ready to abide by it. I always don't. Do you know why? You don't attach value for yourself. So in your pricing, sometimes you have to be very, very sensitive on who that is buying this value. You get it? And the acceptability of the value. That is what I want to leave you. Because of my time. Yes. We'll continue tomorrow. If it's cheaper, faster, and effective, why doesn't everyone do it? Something I would have want us to discuss. We don't have the time. I'm talking about the product. If it is cheaper and it's faster and it's likable by all, why don't everybody do it? Talk about differentiation and some other things. Also, a product and project are usually a combination of what? People, process, and communication. We've dealt with it and have that back of your mind. Then a product as a problem solving, which is for consultants. Any product that is not solving problem, for you as a consultant, is no go area. You must, oh my God, exercise. Please, you have this slide. Tomorrow, answer. Discuss you have group or individually. Find a problem that needs solving. The most important thing, understand the customer problem and their context. The better you understand their context, the better you can solve their problem. The best product does not always win. What happened? Strategic alliances win. Influencers win. Market access win. Government interference win. Any business they're doing, the big spender is government. Don't run away from them. I don't do public sector as a person and my company. It's just a strategy. But it does not mean that I also don't do business with them. The best product does not always win, but what? But it sure helps. That is what you have at the back of your mind when you're building a product as a consultant. So takeaway lessons, of course, you already have the takeaways, you can read them. Things to research on that will help you in developing a new product. So you can go through that one, lean startup principles, agile product development, design thinking, stuff like that. Avoid choices. Making a choice and moving on is a better choice than over deliberation. Something is better than nothing. Let me tell you this. Any idea that you have not taken a step is never an idea. Take a step and then move on. This is our conclusion what? Your success starts with your thoughts. And that's your thinking. Your mindset determines your outcome. What occupies your mind determines where you occupy in life. So your mentality affects your reality. Your destiny is not in the verdict of any man. Your destiny is a product of what? Your mindset. So changing your mindset is what? As equal as what? Changing your life. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, create your own product. God bless you. I want to take one question. Hello, sir. Any one question? If not, we'll deal with the question tomorrow. Yeah. Conglomerate, there's when you say something is conglomerate, when you have gone big. Yeah, so you cannot just create conglomerization like that. It's your size that determines it. So you don't say, I'm a conglomerate. You grow into it. For example, in Nigeria, the only conglomerate we can talk about is what now? Dangote. Bua is not yet reached there, but we can accept it. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And I'm with
yes. 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 No, that one, I think it's an investment. They're diversifying to that area to grow, but it's also part of. But now, at your mind is we're talking about a particular product as a consultant that you're building. Talk to me. Yes, you are diversifying so that to maintain that product, keep going. Are we together? Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we have an interesting session. I'm talking to us how to make money in this. Are you hearing me? In consulting generally. We're talking about consulting entrepreneurship. It's the kobo and naira that sustains you. And it's the one that you will not be able to miss. If you learn all this and you can't translate it to pay your bills, it's a problem. God bless you. Have a nice session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bassi Emmanuel. He deserves a more powerful hand. Round of applause, please. We really appreciate, and he's not even here to know how much we appreciate all the all the powerful, knowledgeable instructions, lessons, professionally given to us this morning. And I'm sure it shows on our face and our applause that we really appreciate that. Before we go over to the next lecture for the day, would like to do something very quickly. The ID cards, we would like to call out names of the ID cards that are ready now. So if your name is not, we want to be very, very sure of everything we're doing here. So you don't go back with any missing detail that you need to drop with us and give out. So before we get it printed, please, a little patience, after which we would have 10 minutes networking session. We can stretch your legs within that 10 minutes, and then we can come back after exactly 10 minutes for the next lecture. Bear in mind, our lecture for the next lecture will have the theme, business model development for consultants. Business model development for consultants, agile approach. Please, let's get set for that. Just a little time. Let's get the printout. Then we'll call out the names. If yours is not among, please let us take note. No, ìyẹn ti ṣe ṣe. Ìyẹn ti ṣe. A ti ṣe yẹn. Let me finish. Let me finish what I have to. Okay, please, let's pay attention to our names. If you don't, if your name is not called, please kindly do the needful so as to get your name captured. We have Yakubu Ibrahim, fellow, Aisha Ahmad Falaki, Faskari, please take note. The second one is Aisha Ahmad Faskari. Please, if your name is wrong, you kindly go to the back and correct that. Huh? There are two what? Aisha Ahmad. Is it the same thing? Is there any other Aisha Ahmad here? Okay, do we have another Aisha Ahmad? Maybe online? All right, so let's note. Victor Smith. Okay, Victor Smith, associate. Roger Abang, member. Pius Gochuku Joshua, member. Grace Oshofodunri, associate. Adedoyin Adegbesote or something. Fellow. What? Is it Ade what? Adegoke. There's no Adegoke, it's Adedoyin Adegbesote. Agnes Ode, associate. Dr. Anthony Negedu, fellow. Agu Onobu, fellow. Adenike Omotayo, member. Mata Andu, associate. Oluwaseun Ibrahim, member. Chisom Bridget Joku, member. Brigadier General Francis no. If your activity is okay, you don't need to go. Brigadier General Francis Ime Etim, fellow. Omolara Idiat Olomoda, fellow. Mary Enyi Ebere, fellow. Gabriel Iosase, fellow. Mubolaji Olaye, fellow. Jumai Risku Zawaya, fellow. Maxwell Ejiken, fellow. Ayorin Deolu Busade, member. Rejoice King, Akinsu Dia, fellow. Ikena M. Okafor, member. Anastasia Kese, member. Abdulaziz Abba Umar, member. Zubairu Ibrahim, fellow. Aisha Ahmed Faskari, fellow. Ibrahim Ismail Idris, fellow. Okechukwu Okeke, fellow. Nasidi Garba, fellow. Suleiman Funsho Hosseini, fellow. Aminu Haladu Muhammad, fellow. Ahmed Musa Waziri, fellow. Sirajo Musa, fellow. Idris Muhammad, fellow. Ojinta Chinasa Godwill Ngozi, fellow. Solomon Nnamdi Solomon Anene, member. Okunoga Sulaiman, member. That is the list for now. If you've not heard your name, please kindly identify so that. Hello, printer. Dr. Benito and the printer, please take note. If you've not heard your name, please raise up your hand. And if you are online and you don't hear your name, kindly use the raise up hand feature. Use the raise hand feature. Okay, so if you've not heard your name, kindly put down, meet the person in charge there so that they can work on it quickly. Please. If they need to take your names down or something so that we can be sure of that. If you're online and you did not hear your name for ID card, use the raise hand feature. If you're online, yes. Sir, hello, sir. Please kindly help me, if it is possible, to get down the names of those that will be raising their hands up on. Okay, no, I mean for those online. I want to get those names too. So if you've not heard your name, go to the secretariat, put down your name at the secretariat there. If you've not heard your name, and those online, please help me write down their names. I have Victor. I have Adwa. Just two online. Please use the raise hand feature. Rose Abena, use the raise hand feature. Let's know. Okay, so we have Victor. Baba. Okay. Projected. You projected. This is how I want it. Yes, this is what I've been saying. Let it be like this. So we have Kwesi, Botre, Victor, and Adwa. Botre and Adwa from Ghana. Well done. Victor, Kwesi, Adwa. And I saw someone using a raised hand, not a hand raised, just a finger raised. I saw one, I think Rejoice. I want to believe those sitting down heard their names, right? Okay, very good. No, they are still working on it. They want to just be sure of the details before we print them. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, he said there are two. The first two names are the same, and then the last name, one is Faskari, the other one is Falaki. Falaki. Oh,
okay.
That one came first.
Please, if your name was not mentioned among those for the ID card, it simply means that we don't have your biodata. You have to fill the biodata online form, not writing it down. We need to fill it and then get your passport that we will use. So it's going to be on the WhatsApp group, or it has been on the WhatsApp group. So let's get back to that.
Please keep your hands raised. If you're online, keep your hands raised so that we can get the actual number. And please fill out the form online, the Google form online that has been designed to collect your details. Please kindly fill them out. Okunuga Sulaiman should be fellow. Please take note of the chat too. Please kindly take note of the chat too. I think some of them are raising concerns. Some names that were heard are not, see, this system, please. From the chat too, I think some feedbacks are coming. No, let him just check from there. This place is, I think in the chat, they are correcting some details in the chat. So let him get the details. And then for those who don't have their cards, let's get their details. I think it's better. This method is better to be very sure. So you don't start printing something today. And I think it's just the best. I think tomorrow we'll call out the names again so as to be sure. I think it's a good one so that
The people, those that their own are ready, they'll collect their business tomorrow.
yes, they should be able to collect tomorrow. I think this is the best way. Okay, but for printing, the best thing is if you can come, they can come with printers or so. Or once it's correct, they send the print and then they can bring them down before they close this. They mentioned the name. NS Lamte, I think you're trying to get if your name is among the list.
Yes, I saw my name on the list on WhatsApp group, but I didn't hear. So I just want to be sure it's there. That's all.
No, if it's the one on the WhatsApp, it's the same one.
Okay, then
You
I'm
didn't
fine.
hear me call the name?
Maybe I was distracted, but I didn't hear.
Okay, let me just check through. Oh,
Okay.
it's the same list. If your name
Yes,
is
it's on the WhatsApp list.
and your KEDA is well stated. I don't think you have any issue, but let me check through Lamte.
Yes, I think everything is fine. Every detail there is so.
What's your number on that list?
Number 2, on the ID cards that were forwarded on
the
this.
ID card.
Yes, please. The one on WhatsApp.
Number 2. Do I have a different?
Yes. There's a PDF that has the ID cards, the ID card design on WhatsApp with the pictures and the details, and I'm the second person on it.
And you're the second person. If you're the
Yes.
second person on the list I have is Aisha Ahmad Malaki.
Okay.
Let me check.
Okay, then maybe you can go back to the WhatsApp group and check.
No, it's the same I'm using, but I'm surprised we're having different detail here.
Yes.
The one you sent to me. Lamte says it's number 2 on the list, and I'm seeing number. This is the last one you sent to.
Oh, then it has been changed. Okay, there's a new one that has come.
And his name is on that one.
Yes, there's a new one that has come.
There's a new one.
That has come. I'm now checking whether my name is on that new one. There's a new one that has been uploaded. So
okay,
I'm
last
going
one
through,
on that list.
yes, so I'm going through that list.
Okay, going through that list. Let me see where I stopped. Maybe I'll continue from there. Others may actually be on the list. I called Abdulaziz Abba Umar. Abdulaziz Abba Umar. Did I call that name? Abdulaziz Abba Umar. Zubairu Ibrahim. I called your name, okay. Okay, Faskari. I called Faskari. I called, okay, Chukuji Okeke. Nasidi. Okay. Okay, I think I called his names. So that's the one I called now. That's the one I used. I'm not seeing. Is this not the last thing on the list? Is it not 40 of them? How many cards are there? 40.
Then it's other page 16.
Please, if you are not on the WhatsApp group,
the ID cards are
56.
You see latest, then you see latest 2.
Okay, latest 2 came later now. Came
later.
Yeah.
If you're not on the WhatsApp, please kindly take this number. If you're not in the WhatsApp group, please kindly take this number. Send us a WhatsApp message. Hi. Then we'll send you the link. 070 62 85 98. 070 62 85 98. So just send a hi to that place and then we'll forward the link to you. That makes it easier for everyone. Thank you.
All right. I also have Olufemi Ayonlowo. Let me just call this 16 minutes. Look at is around. Okay, fine. Olufemi Ayonlowo. Okay. Ernest, Jeff, Tete, A. Lamte. So you've heard your name now. Yeah, it's no problem. I just want to be sure you are. So you may not need, if you have gone there to put down your name, cancel it. Please cancel it. Please cancel it. If I call your name and you've written your name on that list, please cancel it. Chukunonso Okoye. Kindly cancel your name if you've written on that list. There's another list that has been sent. Shuaib Ahmed. Shuaib Ahmed. Shuaib Ahmed. Rahim Yunus Olagoke. Please cancel your name if you've written your name on that list. And there's another list that came in. Your card is okay. Okay, sorry, I didn't mention the. Okay, Olufemi Ayonlowo, fellow. Tete, fellow. Chukunonso Okoye, fellow. Shuaib Ahmed, fellow. Rahim Yunus Olagoke, fellow. Elon Trima Nkur, member. Ridwan Abiodun Moronranti, fellow. Excellence Eyo Ofiong Uso, member. Rose Abena Pepra, member. Regina Ijoma Alabi, fellow. Adeyemi Caleb Oluwaseun, member. Myself. My humble self. Olani Oluwole Ogunmakinwa, fellow. Is Olani here? Here or online? Please kindly admit these people in the waiting room. Kindly admit these people in the waiting room. Who is on the Zoom there, please? Nakwe Augustine, member. Njida Mohammed, fellow. Uchenna Okorie, fellow. Okay, that's the end of the list. Okay, so I guess we've had enough time. We've used the time, the 10 minutes. We've even used more than the 10 minutes. Please, let's settle down, both online and offline. Please, if you have concerns online regarding the list or anything, send in a chat. Please, have you written down the names online? Have you written down the names? Secretariat. Secretariat. Have you written down the names online? Okay, fine. All right. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the next lecture for today. The theme for the lecture today is Program Design for Sustainable Development. Program Design for Sustainable Development. This will be taken by Dr. Lucas Adamu of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Abuja. I don't know if sorry, the slides, are they? Dr. Benito, the slides? Sorry, please kindly sit somewhere so that we can quickly plug in the slides.
No, it just keep me alone for now. Only time. Okay. Which one is the next slide?
Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and including our participants online. It's a privilege for me to come and, be delivering a paper to an august body like this. Everybody here is a big man, a big woman. Okay. Adamu Lucas Hansen is my name. I'm a development economist, both by training and passion. And I've tried to study. I'm a perpetual student. So if you consider yourself a student, please carry me along because I'm always a student. All right. The topic. Okay. Program design for sustainable development. Can I ask, what is a program? Can somebody just give us an idea of what a program is? What is a program? Thank you very much for raising your hand. You want to tell us, you want to share with us, what is a program? Oh, okay. I thought you were raising your hand. Thank you, ma. Yes. Sorry? Hands online. Okay. Yeah, somebody can help us. A program. What's a program? Okay, in the development world, all right, a program is a portfolio of projects. So many projects put together form what? a program. So it's now a program, you can just design it. I mean, you can just define it. It's a composite. You are trying to look at all possible solutions put together, in one envelope or in one agenda. I will try as much as possible to use very simple and local language because I'm a local person. And then, it aligns with my name, Lucas, local. I'm a village man. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry, can we move? All right. A program is a set of related measures. Okay, are we going to have some slides? Oh, okay. Now, like we said, for you to have a program, there must be an aim in mind. You must have an aim in mind. When you are talking development, you are trying to see how to transform an environment, a community, all right? Give it what? That better life that you conceive. So that is why we're talking about a set of activities or program with an aim in mind. The aim is what? Improvement. Improvement. It's a keyword. So that's a program. Now, in development, I want you to take note of the word process. Hello? Process. Process differs from what? An event. When you say something is a process, it means that it moves what? In stages. All right? It's in stages. You are maybe at level 0, you are moving to 1, you are moving to 2. It's a process. One thing has to be concluded before the other. Now, this process at the same time is iterative. Iterative here means that it's not cast on stone. You just don't write it and just leave it. You keep visiting it over and over and over, so that at any point in time that you need to make adjustment, of course, there is room for it. So is the online community able to see it now? Sir? Because if we continue here and then the online community are not following, I think it's not fair. So let's just pause a little. I'm not sure.
Dr. Barreto, please make a co-host. Is it done?
Program design. Program design for sustainable development. Program design. Yes. can see it now. Okay. Now, design. Sorry, I still have obstructions here. Maybe move them. I shift it up now. Can't it go? That can't go up. Uh-huh. Just it. Okay, let's. All right. Design aims to understand the user's need and environmental impact. Users' need and environmental impact. Simply put, by the time you identify a community, let's use IDP camp. It is a community, right? So when you are doing a program design, you are looking at what? The needs of the inhabitants of that community and what impact do you want to achieve. So development is all about impact. Now, sustainability or sustainable development, we are looking at an improvement that is long-lasting. It goes or it transcends one generation of use. If a solution you have proffered ends up with, is just what? A one-off solution, then it's not sustainable. So many other generations must draw benefit from that. So that's what we're talking. What's happening here? My slides aren't moving. Huh? Okay. So what's holding it? All right. I tried to give a definition for maybe a kind of simplified definition. I've been involved in trying to, package programs. So I try to do it the simplified way. Why? Because the professionals have all manner of jargons that they use. But I can assure you that whatever it is that you are doing, there's nothing new to you that you haven't done before. The only difference is that a professional language has been used to describe it. Okay, it's a deliberate attempt to address a particular society's needs through the participation of the members of that society for the sole purpose of creating economic growth for the benefit of both present and future generations. That's my own definition. You may not find it exactly anywhere because I only just defined it. Okay. Now, when you talk about program design, there are perspectives. There are perspectives. In the IT world, they'll tell you about software design. All right? It's a different world of its own. Design is what? design. That's the word. ICT will tell you, yes, if they are doing a software design, of course, it's for reuse. That's why you can have an off-the-shelf solution or the one that you can go and customize. You use it for different purposes. It has been designed. Now, the geographers also have a perspective to what they call sustainable development. They look at urbanization. For instance, you want to transform Kubwa, okay, from a village to what? A city of its own. You have had estate developers coming to tell you they want to build a smart city. That's a design, all right? So now there are a lot of things that we have to consider. Whether you are looking at it from the ICT perspective, you are looking at it from the geographer's perspective, or from the economic development perspective, there are things that you need to consider. Why? We just need to understand program design. We are trying to create a composite solution aimed at solving the problem, both for the present and the future generations. We want to create a trend of benefits that so many people can always draw benefits from. So look at the urbanization. You want to create a smart city. What are some of those things that you need to look at? All right? You look at what's happening to the issue. How do you address the issue of energy? Is it an issue or not? Huh? Good. What about water? What about food? You build an estate, there's no place for people to buy food, then you know there's a problem. Is that correct? What about waste? Waste. Huh? Serious factor to be considered. Buildings. What nature of buildings? How do you structure the buildings? How are they laid out? All right? So the geographer is also what? You know, when you are looking at urbanization, you want to transform a society from a rural or a semi-rural environment to an urban, you just must consider these things. What about the kind of product and packaging? What about security? This is not exhaustive. Transportation. Is it everybody that comes within an estate that is mobile? How do you provide for transport? Or is it not an issue? Okay. Now the community. Even within the estate, you want to create what? Clusters for easier management, easier interaction with people. And then what about employees? When you talk about employees here, you are talking about capacity building. For whatever structure that you are putting down, who are the ones to sustain it? Right? How do you sustain it? How do you ensure that the services that you have created remain? How does it keep running? So all these are issues in urbanization. Yes, the geographer is interested in, yes, sustainable development. But from that perspective, yes, these are issues that you have to consider. Now, let's look at geographic consideration. We're still looking at urbanization. When you talk about agriculture, for instance, it's something you cannot ignore. You talked about food, Abi. What type of food? What's the health of the products you are receiving? Okay. How is the production? Climate, how does it affect climate? Because now the issue of climate change is what? Critical, isn't it? In fact, of recent, I came across an act. I don't know if it has been signed into law that addresses the issue of climate change. Government is establishing or has established, all right, an agency that will look at that will address that. And guess who are even the members of the council, chaired by Mr. President, all right, the vice president, and all ministers. So you know that climate change, it is what? A big issue. Okay, on and on and on. What about cultural geography? We are using an estate for an example, right? Within an estate, do you determine who becomes a member of that community? Do you determine what geographical location or what tribe the person is? All right? So now, in doing that, there are so many things that you need to consider. And then you now look at the population structure. How many of us want to be old? Me, I know I'm number one. You want to grow old? Eh? Good. Yes. In dealing with cultural geography, aging population is an issue that you must attend to. The economic geography, climate change, this and that. But that is not our focus. It's just to deal with a perspective. Economic development. This is where I'm more interested. Economic development is a collection of programs, policies, or activities that seek to improve the economic well-being and quality of life of a community. That seeks. When you say it is seeking, it means that what? It's a journey. Remember, we defined the word process, right? It is a journey. You are trying to. You want to change from a particular position to an improved position. Okay. There are critical issues that we need to consider. You want to have a program. Let's use a project, just one project, and let us try to see how this relates. Because we said a program is what? A collection of projects, right? So let's use a project. What project? Poverty eradication. I don't like the word eradication. Alleviation is better. Because if you say eradication, I'm not sure it is realistic. It's not achievable. Poverty alleviation. Okay. I'm happy everybody has a jotter and you have a pen. Poverty alleviation. In your own words, can you take just a few minutes and write out? You are having a community at your disposal and you want to address poverty, alleviation of poverty. What programs, what are the things that you think you need to do? What kind of projects do you think you need to embark upon to address the issue of poverty? So I think your time starts now. List out projects. Just whatever number of projects, just list. Okay, let's just do 5. And then we'll take 1 or 2. And then we want to see how here this particular slide works. Is anybody ready? You've gotten your project, sir. Any hand? Yes, sir. Okay, it's only skills acquisition. List 5 on your page. List 5. Yes, sir. Somebody has the mic. Yes.
I have number 1, enlightenment, education.
Education.
That's enlightenment campaign.
Okay.
I have number 2, skills transfer.
Okay.
Which is texting from education, general enlightenment. Then I have microcredit facilities, microcredit facilities to help the people we have trained.
Okay.
Then I also have cooperative formation, trying to help the people to form cooperatives so that we can use synergy to work on economies of scale.
Okay.
And also, I'm looking at rural transportation network enhancement so that if it's a farming community, they can evacuate their products.
Yes, somebody else. Yes, sir. Yeah, he raised his hand before you. Please.
Number 1, I will identify what the poverty in that community is.
You will identify what the
real poverty is.
Real poverty
in that community.
Okay.
Now, after identifying it, I will identify who and who in that community are real poor.
Okay.
Then I will build a system, a database of those that are identified as poor.
You build system?
Yes. For me to know who and who are poor.
Oh, okay.
So that I can throw the intervention that I want to throw.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Then from that system, I can now mine, depending on which type of program I want to throw, be it microfinance, be it any philanthropic help, be it whatever that you want to throw to that poor people.
Okay. Yes. Somebody is here.
Good morning. Oh, my own, I wrote number 1 is they said education is the key. People need to be enlightened. So we also need to look out if there are schools. So number 1, let me go straight. I just wrote building of schools. Then number 2 is skill acquisition. Then number 3 is youth empowerment. When you train them or what and what, so you also need to empower them. Also women empowerment.
Okay. All right. Oh, there's a hand online. Okay. Sir? Okay. There's a hand online.
Line can unmute if you have something to contribute. The facilitator is giving you the time. Go ahead, please. I'm not sure the person's hand. Let's bring it down.
Okay. Yes, there's a hand here. Oh, okay. You are closer there after her, please.
All right. Good morning, all.
Yes.
For me, first of all, I'll have, depending on the poverty level of the community, I'll think of the project to support families that are very vulnerable with conditional cash transfer.
Okay. Now, he was the first to give a suggestion. So can you give him the mic? And then I come back to my sister. Let's continue so that let's do something. That man there, yeah. He was the first to make a contribution. Okay.
Okay, as I just said before, skills acquisition. After giving them the skills, then you go to empowerment. Them maybe the tools and the equipments are also maybe
Okay. Last person here. This way, sir. This way, sir. This lady. So that we progress. I'm hearing a lot of wonderful, wonderful ideas. But by the time we go through one or two things, you will see whether there's need for one adjustment or the other. That's all.
Thank you.
Yes.
I will simply adopt Joseph's strategy, which is.
Did I hear Joseph? Did I hear Joseph? Okay. Oh, okay. Are you Josephine? The mic closer to your mouth. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Very wonderful ideas. This is slide number 10. Let me move somewhere. And then we'll come back to slide number 10. All right. Okay. Now, our colleague here made mention, I had him start with a needs assessment. Let us be very clear here. You cannot solve a problem you have not identified, though. You can't solve a problem you have not identified. Needs assessment is key. No negotiation about it. Now, in doing your needs assessment, my recommendation is for you to use the bottom-top approach as against the top-bottom approach. What is the bottom-top approach? You are involving the members of that community in trying to understand the problem. If not, you will discover that yes, you have incurred expenditure, you have spent money, you have delivered projects, but those projects will never be sustainable. I had a story in one community somewhere in the East. Their major problem is drinking water. Where they get drinking water is from a stream very far away. And in the morning, the children move out to go and get water that will be used in the family. An NGO surfaced. That is where I'm saying that, okay, yes, by the time we do one or two things, you will understand. An NGO surfaced and identified that, oh, this community had problem of water. It is their own perception. It's their own understanding. Top-bottom approach. And the next thing is that they brought boreholes. They dug boreholes for the community to use. 2 years after, they came back and they discovered that the communities were not using the boreholes. How can you have problem of water? Now, water has been provided and you are not using it. They still go what? To the stream to go and fetch water. What was the problem? Eh? No. The water was provided. Awareness. Is what? I will tell you the reason. The reason was just that at the time when the children go to fetch water, that is the time for fellowship. That is the time when the fathers and mothers do what? Have fellowship. So why will the children be around to disturb fellowship? Ask yourself the question, did the NGO solve a problem? Did they spend money? What's the impact? That is why you must use the bottom-top approach. Engage the people from the beginning. Have an understanding of their problem. What do they understand to be their problem? And what are their priorities? That is when your project can succeed. That is when sustainability. Okay. Hello. Okay. Sorry. Are we communicating? All right. Now, if you want to solve a problem and you do not identify who the beneficiaries are, then you are only what? You are only spraying what? Insecticide in the air. It depends on who it catches. That is not economic development. You cannot solve problems that way. Needs assessment. Needs assessment. If you do not understand the need, sorry, sir, go and spend whatever billions of dollars, all right? When you come back to do an impact assessment, you will see that what? All your money went down the drain. What? I thought you gave me time. Break at 11. No. Okay, we must finish this topic. We must finish it. Okay. Now, when you eventually have understood the needs, you get what? You define the objectives. What exactly do you want? What is the objective of your intervention? If you do that, a lot of us who might eventually develop interest in what's it called? Economic development. Please have a good understanding of the Sustainable Development Goals. Because whatever it is that you are doing, if it does not align with the SDGs, I can assure you that, yes, you might end up having to spend your own resources without support. Out there, you may not get support. Okay. So let me now start rushing. Okay. Now sorry, sir.
That behind this, there is also a need to create a forum for social interaction. Because if that what appeared to be a more, potent need for them was a forum to interact and defeated the purposes of the latent need, which everybody says. How do you address that kind of situation? Is it to build another program or project that will be complementary?
That's why we said, use the bottom-top approach. The bottom-top approach engages the people from the very beginning. They are involved in the entire program. They know what, okay, you are discussing. Okay, you are making them to understand better. Oh, this is the problem. They are the ones telling you their problems. Okay.
What I'm saying is that ostensibly these people like water, potable water.
Yes.
And from your perception,
yes,
you think if you solve that water need,
okay,
you've taken care of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We bring water for them and they don't appreciate it because it has killed, the opportunity they have to interact.
It then means that wasn't even their priority. Water was not their priority. Now the question is, they may have some bigger problems. The question is, go and check the structure of their housing. You see that their major problem might be what? Building. It may not be the water. Water is not top on their priority. It's a need, quite all right, but buildings. Buildings. Yes. Yes.
So
yes.
if you have engaged them from the beginning, they would have told you,
they would have told
about
you what
the
their
social
problems
interaction.
are.
Then you build it into the program.
Okay. Why? Because we are talking about program design. So you now see that in identifying just one problem of water, you see that the issue of building has surfaced. Some other things may come up. So that is why you need to make it what? Composite. You make it composite, you discover that you have addressed a whole number of issues at the same time. Are we together? Okay. So now I have to rush because of time. All right, let's go back to what we said. There are a lot of things you need to consider, critical issues you need to consider. Do your stakeholder mapping and then scope this your environment, how it affects your potential project. PESTELS, P stands for political, E economic, S social cultural, E environmental, L legal, and sorry, T is technology, and the last S is security. Are these very important issues to consider? In whatever thing that you have to do, all right? always test them against your political environment, your economic environment, your socio-cultural environment, technology, environmental, legal, and of most recent, security. So you see that this slide is critical, true or false? Okay. We have done this, we have done this. Okay, we have already done a project, I would say. Now, when, for instance, you have identified what projects you want to do, categorize them for you to be able to be very effective in your delivery. Categorize them into what? Goods, works, services. Okay, this is project management approach. We have already said this. Now, a lot of us know that budget is critical when you conceive a project. True or false? Aha. There are some elements here that you need to consider. This is where Nigeria is missing a whole lot and we're having issues. If you are in procurement, you will know that this has become an issue. You keep having requests for variation of contract. In doing your budget, please make provision for exchange rate fluctuations. You can't run away from it. True or false? All right? Make provision for inflation. Make provision for cost of funds. Make provision for delayed payments. Or do you pay your contractors on time? You know, there are, such issues could come, one thing or the other, and then make provision for profit. Now, when you do your costs, all right, build an allowance considering these elements into that cost. Now, you assume that your project cost is 100 naira. Make provision for this and add to it, because it does not mean that, yes, you are going to expend that, but you have made provision. So you have sufficient allowance, okay, during your implementation. If you don't have this allowance, you will run into a lot of crises. Okay. Okay, let me just quickly talk about project monitoring and evaluation. Very, very important if you are not going to waste resources. Please ensure that you have a structure that you are monitoring your projects. What is monitoring? Monitoring is your day-to-day tracking of, you know, the flow of your inputs and outputs. All right? You have made a lot of inputs into the project. What are the outputs? Do you have your target? Do you meet your target? Sorry, sir. I know I've committed an offense. All right. Evaluation is periodic appraisal. You want to see how far have you gone. Now, there is one area that you must not miss, and that is the area of documentation. You must not miss it. If you miss your documentation, you are in trouble. I was part of the World Bank sponsored economic reform and governance project that was executed in this country. And from my agency, after we have executed the program and then the whole thing, they said, okay, give us all your records. So all the files, all the vouchers, name it, they collected everything. Before you know what was happening, they raised over 200 audit queries. Yes. Yes. So we sat down, attended to them, and I went to submit the letter in the World Bank office. Lo and behold, I only came to meet a panel. I wasn't prepared. I didn't know that, oh. All right. But because as much as possible, we were thorough in our documentation. For over 200 queries, it did not take us 15 minutes. The meeting ended. Until today, there's no issue coming up. So please take the issue of your documentation very serious. Report writing. A lot of us, we are unable to identify what progress or what achievements we have made. Learn to identify, to be able to pinpoint these and these are the things you have achieved. Put them as a report. Once you have that report, I am telling you, you have a success story. Now, you are talking about economic development. You cannot divorce the donor community from economic development. True or false? You can't divorce them. And these are things that will help you to progress. Okay. Project administration. In your budget, all right, make an allowance. If you check any project appraisal document, okay, for any donor funding, they make a provision of between 10 and 15% of your total budget for administration. Always ensure that you have a provision for administration. Otherwise, in fact, they will begin to pinch you that there is diversion of money. Project impact assessment. Make sure that you check. What changes have you been able to record? What was your benchmark? Where did you start from? All right, and what is the level of improvement? Remember, we are talking about what? Improvement, correct? So what level of improvement have you achieved? Is it a 5% within a time frame? Is it a 10%? Is it a 50%? Impact assessment. We said our project was what? Poverty alleviation. The question is, what was our benchmark? What was the level of poverty? Maybe it was 70% or 80%. Have you been able to shift it from 70% down to 50%? That's an achievement, correct? That's good impact. Okay, this is just for us to think. It's just for us to think. Principles of self-responsibility is just food for thought. It's not, it's just a sandwich, I will call it. And by way of appraising this lecture, did I waste your time? Eh? No, I want to be sure that I have not wasted your time. I didn't start on time. Well, so at any point in time, I always want to make sure that at least you have an additional value. That your money is not wasted, your time is not wasted. Okay. Remember that now the moderators are in charge. They be the ones to tell me.
So you mentioned impact assessment, very
Yes.
important.
Yes.
And I hear that cost, in fact, is best measured in a project between 5 to 10 years of that project. Between 5 to 10 years. So how do you measure the impact here?
It depends on your project. If your project lasts 6 months, are you going to wait till 5 years before? No. You don't have to wait 5 years. If your project lasts 1 month, after the project, then you need to do the assessment to know whether you have achieved your your aim or not? Yes. Am I free to drop the mic?
This may be seen as a very minor point, but I think it's important. If we go back to the items to consider in where we talked about policy scope, is it policy scope or policy scoping? Because they may mean two different things.
Policy scoping, for instance.
Is it scoping or scoping?
Eh? Okay.
Yes, the issue I'm drawing.
Okay, I see the issue of the English here.
Yes, it may be.
For instance, here, what we are trying to now say is this. Look for what policies, all right? You want to execute a project in a local government. You need to understand what are the laws operating in that local government. You need to harvest all laws, available policies here and there before they negatively hit you. Why I loop these two together is because stakeholders too have very strong impacts there. You go to an emirate, all right? You want to execute a project. The emir says you have not told him, and that ends your project. True of us. That's a policy. Whether written or not written, it is a policy operating in that environment. So you look for these things. Try to have that understanding. So that's what I meant. When you say the word, yes. Scooping means that what? You are harvesting them from wherever they are. It's not scope. It's scooping. You are looking for them to gather them so that you have an understanding. You have a free flow of what you want to do. Yes. Am I free? Eh? Okay. I see one hand again. Oh, okay. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. The aspect of the project funding where you specified some of the percentages.
Yes.
I don't know.
I just said you make provision in your budget.
Okay.
As you are making your budget, also consider those things. If that's why I said, if your project is going to cost you 100 naira, make provision for this one and add on top of it.
Okay. All right.
So that you have enough allowance.
Yes.
Between the time you are starting your project and the time you are paying, there's a time gap. Anything could happen. So it's just a shock absorber.
No, I understand it, but I was looking out for taxes. You know, these days there are taxes that.
No.
So.
No. The issue of taxes are a given. All right, taxes are just a given now. Okay, for instance, for your VAT, all right, the end user, the person enjoying the service pays, all right, and it's possible that that agency might deduct it at the point of payment. So when you raise your invoice, you add your VAT, it will be deducted at source. How does it affect this? Okay. Am I free now? Dr. Benito, they said I am free. Oh, okay. Yes.
Can I come on? Hello, can I come on?
Yes, please
go on. Yes, please. Come on, please.
Okay, thank you so much. It's quite insightful, but I wanted to contribute to the answer you gave to a particular question about the issue of knowing the impact of the project. I think when we starting a project from the very beginning, impact should have been something envisaged. If project has gone through so many proper stages, I expected that there would be a charter for that project in mind, from which you can analyze if project is meeting need before project is embarked on. I expected that there would have been people deciding. It's not one person deciding that this is the project, because if I have listened to you well, taking it from the bottom up would help everybody to decide well at the project, both the stakeholders and the company or people profiling the project as a solution. So I'm only buttressing the fact that as soon as you finish a project, if it is meeting the quality specification, then you will know from point that this is a project that has met specification, and the impact can be felt as soon as it is done. So I don't think we need to wait for 5 years, 6 years, 10 years to know if a project is a viable, successful one or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is correct. Now, as a professional or as the person who wants to deliver service, if you have done the bottom top and eventually you come up, you must have a project document, all right? Which is your proposal. Now, you must define what impact you want to make. What are your expected outcomes? What are the objectives that you want to meet? And all that. So all these things, you would have also defined them so that should a third party need to come into that project who was not part of your planning, that person also have a clear understanding of what you intend to achieve. Are we on the same page?
Yes, we are, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Lucas. We really appreciate you. You've done a good job here. You've always been doing that, and really, really, really love to have you again and again, because at a program like this, Dr. Lucas always downloads too much, and then if care is not taken, you start smoking on the head because of too much information. Well, we didn't give him enough time. If you had given Dr. Lucas 5 hours, it will not be enough for him. Another round of applause, both online and offline. Now, we have some feedbacks, of course, because of timing. We didn't pay attention to them. We'll just read them out. Online, we have someone mentioning some of the things to consider: food security, education and health facility. Omolara Olomoda to everyone says, I will identify with primary health care, neighborhood skill acquisition and empowerment, establishment of cooperative society and mini markets, neighbor playground and sports arena, neighborhood security alert group. So somebody did your project online, or Dr. Lucas. All right, so another person, Rejoice, says, I will first have to do a need analysis to determine actual need. Very good. Poverty in the community may be due to many reasons. Ridwan Moronranti to everyone also said, morning bosses, please make the program on YouTube, or saying, okay, that's on YouTube. Now, value added learning achieve online, please. All right, that is appraisal. Can we see the last message, please? Last 4 messages. Thank you, Dr. Lucas. I appreciate Dr. Lucas. That's coming from Omolara Olomoda and Victor. And then Mrs. Rejoice also sends a lot of applause online. So we really want to show appreciation for that. Please, before we go out for our tea breaks, which is ready, we would like to please take note of the following announcements. Let's remember again our slogan. We were taught one slogan yesterday. Did we remember it? How many of us remember it? All right, very good. So we'll do it together. IIPM. IIPM. IIPM.
Moving forward.
Thank you. Even online, they are moving forward with us. Now, number one, welcome to the Integrated Institute of Professional Management, the home of management professionals. This is a 2022 Executive Management Development Workshop and Membership Induction intended to provide insight into agile management consulting and also to induct new members into the Institute. Congratulations to our new members. A round of applause for yourselves. That was done yesterday. Thank you so much for being at the induction yesterday. Participants, both online and offline, are encouraged to make the most of this platform to update and upskill for sustainable value creation. So if you're offline, kindly take whatever you're hearing from here very seriously. Portraits. Participants are encouraged to get at least a portrait of their induction pictures for profile purposes. ID cards. Please ensure to send us clear passport for your ID card. Some may still, I think some are yet to fill their forms online. Please kindly do that. The Google link is still available. Number 6, all participants are expected to return their participant tag and sign in daily. Number 7, all participants are to evaluate the program daily to help manage feedbacks. Feedback forms are online and the links will be shared in both WhatsApp and Google Classroom. Number 8, all materials will be uploaded in the Google Classroom. All participants are therefore encouraged to join the Google Classroom with a Google account to access and download workshop materials. Number 9, certificate collection and other packages will be released on the last day, tomorrow. Number 10, Gala Night. It holds December 2, 2022, which is tomorrow. All participants are encouraged to be present. The time is 4 to 6 p.m. West African time. Come with your bottled wine, juice, and other refreshment to share with colleagues. If possible, come with it sealed, please. Yes, sir. No, it will be after the day's program. I think Dr. Benito will address that with time. Yes. All right. So, IIPM alumni fee of 3,000 Naira, which is $10, is mandatory for all members and inductees to be able to get their alumni pack. Payment is made at the alumni secretariat on site or online for USD payments. 12, lecture starts at the same time tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, 8:30 prompt. Yes, tomorrow morning. Now, processed pictures will be available from today, from later today. So we can order for ours now at 1,000 Naira per copy. Other information will be coming as the workshop unfolds. But take note of the following more important information from the secretariat. Please take note, the secretariat is at that side. You can see where those two gentle people are standing. That's the secretariat, please. Now take note of the information coming from them. Number 1, alumni fee. Okay, they are reminding us again. Alumni fee is 3,000 Naira, $10. Kindly pay to this account, UBA account, 1020017,605. It will be posted there, just an information for now. Kindly pay. Secretariat, they said, can they pay cash? Fine, okay, they said they can take cash. Yeah, they can pay cash or by transfer. Kindly pay to 1020017,605 UBA account. Or post it. This is just information that will be there so that you don't get information there by shock. After payment, kindly get your receipts from the alumni secretariat. They will give it to you. Now, hard copy group pictures are also being processed, and a copy is 1,000 naira only. You know, we took group pictures yesterday. All right. Number 3, professional lapel is available for 2,000 naira only at the secretariats there too. Number 4, feel free to upload any proof of payment to the group WhatsApp. And lastly, all materials for yesterday had been re-uploaded in the Google Classroom for download. So let's feel free. Once you're there, it means you have the right to all the materials there. So it is 12 on the dot, 12 p.m. on the dot. We will now be going out for our tea breaks from now till 12:30. Please enjoy. You're all excused, please. We can also use the period to network amongst ourselves, just the way we did it yesterday. It was really, really profitable and enjoyable.
Baby, panali.
Please, all the online people, feel free to take your breakfast. Online, take your breakfast. The next session is by 1 p.m. Next session by 1 p.m. Enjoy your breakfast. Enjoy your afternoon breakfast. Mr. Enon, enjoy your afternoon breakfast. Yes. Please, the next lecture is starting by 12:30.
Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Good afternoon to you all, and welcome back to the second session of the program today. I hope we enjoyed the tea break we just had. Okay, so please, I would like us to settle down so that we can start. Please, let's take the next 3 minutes to settle down, 3 to 5 minutes to settle down, please. I feel a fully next. Break. Yes. Yes. Let's wait for the next break. Let's leave it for the next break. Now, even that place is a kitchen. We bought a place, but the noise is still. All right, please, let's be sure that we have our participants online. Agasa, cameraman, please help me check that device. Let's be sure that we have those online. Just go to Zoom, let's be sure. Zoom. All right, we welcome you back, both online and offline, to the other session of the program. The next lecture has the theme that says Business Model Development for Consultants, Agile Approach. Business Model Development for Consultants, Agile Approach. This part will be taken by Dr. Eburuche Banito, the Executive Director of IIPM International. No, that one is to see. No, not shared. Here. Oh, no, he will change the view. Don't worry, work on that. No, shared. Business development consult. Business model development. That is not. No, that's the old one. That's shared. That's shared. That's all.
Good afternoon, fellows, members, and associates. IIPM. Thank you so much. So there had been a whole lot said. My slide, if I start discussing it, it will take me 3 days. So I will just go to summarize what we've been doing. Yesterday, we started with the overview of Agile Management Consulting. We went through emotional intelligence. Today, we did product development and program design. Can someone in 1 minute or 2 confirm that there is a relationship in all of these discussions as a consultant? Is there a relationship from overview to emotional intelligence to product development to program design? Are there relationships that exist? Okay. So according to Chisom, all of them boils down to meeting a need. Any other? Okay. Where is the other mic, please? Okay, you're supporting her. Okay. 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 All right. So how some of us in the online environment? So the online people, how has been your experience? Please, if you can unmute, let me hear from you. What has been your experience? One or two persons can unmute. Elon, I think I can see you very clearly. Elon, if you can hear me, unmute, let me hear what your experience had been like. Jeff, if you can hear me, you can unmute. Excellence, if you can hear me, you can unmute. Someone is writing something there. Okay, so do you need to be given permission?
Okay, can I talk?
All right, please go ahead. Who is talking? Please go ahead.
Hello? Hello? Okay.
Yes, go ahead and talk. Let's hear from you. You've been hearing from me, so let's hear from you.
It has been an insightful one.
Okay.
My name is Enes Lamte.
Okay. Where are you joining from?
Okay.
Family meeting.
All right. So.
All right, Ernest, we are listening to you. Where are you joining us from? Okay, perhaps your network is a little impeded. Is there any other person who can give us a voice there?
Yes, Rejoice is here.
All right, Rejoice, let's hear how Rejoice you are.
From yesterday, the agile management to the development and every other thing, they so much align. Okay. It helps one to know that a viable project should be dynamic, okay, and the stakeholders should be addressed from the dynamic part. A viable project should meet needs and not just your felt need, okay, but an actual need. A viable project should consider some environment, the political, socio-cultural. There are things to put in place so that the quality of your project can actually stand out. And for you as a consultant, you will not be according failures to yourself when you have to go into anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Rejoice. And I think that will be all for now. When we return back, we'll hear from you guys again. Thank you. If your mic is open, shut it down. Okay, so let's come back to my men and brethren that I can see. Now, yesterday, I said something. No matter what knowledge you have, if it cannot be transformed to cash, to financial return, that knowledge is incomplete. We have a problem, and that problem is we do a whole lot of capacity building, but yet no result. And that's why we have professors who will go on strike because the money being paid is not enough. I used to tell people that for every knowledge you add, you should be able to create something new. Dr. Bassi talked about having a product in the morning. Whether you're a public servant or private servant, there is nothing wrong in having a product to your name. In fact, if you're a public servant, you have all the resources needed to create a product. So if you don't have any product that is adding to you, then you're not maximizing the opportunities available to you. Yesterday, I was privileged to have a section with, is it National Boundaries Commission, right? Yeah, National Boundaries Commission. Well, we are talking about digital transformation. And while I was there, I said something to them. In this age of ICT, or in this age of information technology, if you're still waiting for loan, you're still waiting for money to start your business, then there is something wrong with you not realizing the possibilities these disruptions have brought. If you have a son that is up to 18 years, 20 years, he's still depending on you for pocket money, you're almost rendering him or her useless. At this age, if you want to be a consultant and you cannot consult for your family, you're not qualified to consult for any other person. We have come to that age where it doesn't matter how young you are to become relevant. We've come to that age that the information we are looking out for is the information that brings solution, not the information that just gives us knowledge. Sometimes ago, I went on a journey to find out the true worth of knowledge. And I picked up a book called, in fact, there were a series of books, Success Buttons, Success Strategies, Success Systems, and several other ones. And in all of those things, I was just trying to understand how to apply knowledge. If you can apply knowledge, then you have returns on investment. If you can't, you only talk stories, speak grammar, and that's all. Now, after I read all through several books, I came to realize something. There are levels when it comes to success, and based on information. You have the level of information or level of knowledge. You just have an information about a subject matter, but when they ask you, can you put this to work? The result will be like, actually, you know, as in, that's not, you can say everything about that knowledge, but you cannot produce result from it. From knowledge, you move to the dimension of understanding. Understanding is when you have a practical reality or practical view of the knowledge you have. At that point, you are like a dynamite. You are ready to explode. You have become useful. When you speak, men do no longer see words, they see substances. You know, we as consultants, what people pay for essentially is the value of what we say. So that means we have understood some things to some point. That when we speak them, people are no longer seeing words. They are seeing substances. They are seeing objects. They are seeing images. They are seeing infrastructure. They are seeing systems. They are no longer trying to ask you, what are you trying to say? Okay, okay, now that you finish, what are you trying to say? You finish your presentation after 1 hour. They now ask you, okay, you did a very nice presentation, but what are you trying to say? Actually. So from understanding, you now move to the realm of wisdom. Wisdom is where you can no longer contain that which you know to the point of practice. You are being forced to put to work what you know. And nothing can stop you. Not even money can stop you. Anybody that tells you the reason why I've not started my business is because I don't have money, he has not understood that business enough. He has not understood the principles enough. He has not understood the systems enough. If he does, then you understand the principle of strategy. And know that strategy is not about ambiguity, but simplicity. So it is important that no matter what we gather here today, is not, Dr. Bassi said something in the morning. He said, the worst consultant is consultant by certificate. He said, I am certified management consultant. I am an accredited management, all of the words in the world, you combine them together. At the end of the day, now say, okay, so what can you do? What can you offer? And then you say, I mean, I'm a consultant. All right. So in all of this, everything they talk about here, and you cannot see how the objects are coming, tell them that you've not understood. I know that. See, we can come here and speak grammar. It will enter your head. Very interesting. When you leave that gate and they now say, what exactly did they teach you? Say that it was a fantastic program. The facilitators did well. And that's, but what What exactly did you get? Especially all these people that your DG sent you. You prepare report and send back that you, right? All of what you've gathered here is not just to tell them the content of what you've learned. The most important thing is what we've learned, how can we apply it? What relevant is it to our organizations? You traveled all the way from Port Harcourt, from Anambra, from Kano, from Kaduna, from Abia State, different Borno, different dimensions to come here. And all you say is it was a wonderful workshop. And then you start posting pictures. Social media will no longer have rest. Okay? So in all of what we are learning is about practice. There must be a proof that you did not waste your time. You did not waste your money. You did not waste your energy. By the time you go back, people should say, this program you went for, I want to go for it the next time. You see, it is easy to tell somebody, go for this program when they see the worth, the value it is bringing to your life. When you tell somebody, I did this program, go for it, the person will ask you, how important is the program? If the person is not seeing the relevance in you that have done it, forget about it. It is going to be, I will do it next time. I will do it next time. I will do it next time. So no matter what, build a business around what you know. The cheapest consulting is consulting of knowledge. You don't need any money to start. If you think I'm joking, start now. You see that you don't need money. You can't gather all this information and say what is stopping is that you don't have an office in Maitama. Wait, you will soon get one in Kurudu. Eh? So with this little thing I've said, let's sit up to do it right. I went for a workshop once at a time, procurement, project management and procurement. It was a training that was done by one of the most respected organizations in Nigeria. I paid really well for the program. I got there, nobody talked about project management. Nobody talked about procurement. The only thing we spoke about was procurement art. And some people traveled long distances because of the objectives of the workshop to come and learn how to do procurement, procurement planning, procurement administration, procurement control, and all of that. So this lady came from, is it Federal Teaching Hospital? One hospital somewhere. It's a Federal Teaching Hospital. So after we are done, on the last day, the lady now asked, the team my organization wrote out for me to do, there is no one that has been met. So what should I tell them if I get back? Yes, because the next time you write that you're going for the same training or another staff write, the organization will say, no, we don't see value in it. It's a government organization, but yes, yeah, we want value for the money. Okay, do you know what happened? The head of that particular department told the woman, he said, you will have to meet the coordinator. Anything you want, we will give you. Yeah? That means, is it an extra training, extra material after 5 days? Are they going to pay for the extra hotel or whatever she's going to spend? So if you go for a workshop and your expectations are not, raise your hand and say, okay, I don't mind if you don't give me food, but what I came for, you have to give me. Okay, what I came for, you have to give me. So that being said, I don't have too much to do. It's just for us to go into breakout sessions to now apply what we have learned. Okay, you know, see the objectives. These objectives, you can't finish it in one day, much more of 30 minutes. So objective number one, say, you want to develop a feasible and cost-effective consulting model. That is the one we are going to do practically. Then you want to create a high-demand consulting product or service. Dr. Barsi has already dealt with product development in the morning. So we want to talk about, practice how to develop a product. And we have a market. So after you develop your product, you come and present. Let's see how many people will buy your product. Okay. Then we also want to, please, online people, all of us are involved in this. We have to work out an effective pricing, sales, and marketing strategies that will guarantee great sales and client retention. set up and run profitable consulting firm anywhere in the world, and then diagnose business models and consult for consultants. Yeah. As a consultant, one of your targets is to consult for consultants. If you're not yet a consultant of consultants, that means we are still upcoming. Even in the midst of consultants, there is still the consultant. All right? So just strive to be the consultant. I will repeat this again. As you're living here, set out some kind of targets. Between now and first quarter next year, you want to develop a product that is sellable. Whether it is an e-book, a physical book, you want to start creating seminars, workshops. See, sir, you can't spend 20 years and say you know nothing. You spend 20 years doing something and you can't boldly develop business around it and be teaching people. He talked about program design, right? Part of program design is at the end of the day, all of these things we are learning, how do we use it for sustainability advantage? Some of us, the only thing we know, we only use it within our office. Do you know how many millions that are in need of that thing you know? While I was in the university, they used to type year one lady used to type my project work. No, those days we used to use those heavy desktop computers. So every time I come, this lady will type and type and type. So one day I came, several works were on her hand, and she couldn't type my work. I asked myself, how exactly are they using this computer? And my friend had a computer then, a laptop, those moribund laptops. And he doesn't allow anybody to touch that laptop. So I will collect the laptop, and then I opened Microsoft one day, and I started typing. I said, is this what I've been paying this lady to do? I opened Microsoft PowerPoint. I started typing and said, is this what I've been paying this lady to do? Do you know what I did the next time? I've discovered a jackpot. I went and did a flyer, spread it all over my faculty, learned computer in 12 days. Hi, it was very simple. And they were paying 12,000 naira, sir. Those days. If what you know does not produce results, you know nothing. You're filling your brain with what you don't need. So format it and fill it with what you need. Okay? I went to a workshop. This is my friend now. We went to a workshop. Somebody came to our class those days to advertise. Come and learn how to do your CV. Come and learn about this, learn about that. So in that whole faculty, it was myself and my friend that went. The cost of that program was 250 naira. So those guys came, they taught how to write CVs and all of that. We went back to school, to class. And then the question was, how do we transform what we now know to financial equivalent? You have invested, there must be a return. Any investment without expectation of return is a dead investment. Every dime that leaves your wallet should have a return, whether present or future. But there must be a return somehow, someday. Do you know what we did? We went and learned how to use blogger.com. And we went and put on the internet, prepare your CV in 7 days. Get it delivered to your email. And we started collecting people's email and started sending. Do you know the first person to pay? It was an online payment, so they didn't even know the people behind it. The first person that paid was with us. The same day the lady came to tell us, come and learn this. She paid 6,000 naira. We paid 250. She paid 6,000. The next person that paid was my choir master. He said, Benito, I saw something on your this thing. What is it all about? I said, I click on it, you'll find out. He clicked on it and 6,000 left his wallet. People from international communities who saw the, you see, sometimes we think some problems are only available in Nigeria. Some problems are generic. Is everybody's concern. Sure, we are here in Nigeria. People are joining us from all over. So if you think it's only Nigeria, you'll be losing impact somewhere. Last year, we had 14 countries in attendance. I've not bothered to check how many this year. We had in class about 4 countries. We had Ghana, Benin Republic, Cameroon, Nigeria. Those ones that came in class. And we had people that joined us from US. Nigerians in US and US in US. So don't just limit what you know to yourself. It is catastrophic. It is unbelievable to do so. So whatever thing you're learning, put it to use. Put it to use. See, if I were you, I won't really bother about writing Ebru Chebanito, FIIPM, no, or SIIPM, no. I will go and change my status. Ebru Chebanito, a business strategist. 50% discount on all offers of business planning, business consulting. Get it done in 3 days. I will teach you business strategy, business modeling in 24 hours with 90% discount. You're testing the waters. By the time you get 10 people pay, you know that this, oh boy, this thing has value. It has value. Then you increase the price. The people that came the first time, if they really got value, they'll be the one telling others, how this man is doing well. The last time he gave us 90%. This time he's giving you 50%. Go. Maybe next time it will be, the money will be higher. So we have to make use of all of this, this assurance I gave here. This assurance. And I'm not kidding on this assurance. Of course, but I know that what I'm saying is not just for saying sake. Okay, something is blocking my screen. It has been there since morning. Okay, the strategies that will be reviewed in this training will give you the opportunity to increase your sales and retention rate by 25% for existing firms and or start generating 7-figure income as a startup consultant or consulting firm within the next 120 days. That's if you apply. This commandment I give you this day. If you obey and do, then you eat the good of the land. If you refuse, you only carry your knowledge to yourself. How will somebody get to be a professor looking for who to borrow money from? And it's not like you're borrowing big money. Say, how much are you borrowing, sir? He said, just give me 50,000. When salary comes, we know how to sort it. That is an insult. That is the same insult that will come on you after saying you're a fellow, and then you're looking for who to borrow you 5,000. That would be a very big insult. See, there is nothing wrong if you live a life free of debt. You have your peace, you have your rest. Eh? You're not disturbing anybody. You have people disturbing you, yes, but you're not disturbing anybody. It makes more sense that way. Okay, it makes more sense. You have your rest. When I sleep by 8, I wake up by 8 the next day. When we finish this program tomorrow now, I will sleep and wake up. I don't know when, but I'm not going anywhere. Okay, I will go to church on Saturday. Apart from that, I'm not going anywhere. If you call me, I will not pick, except you're from within the class. But any other person, if you're calling me from the village, don't worry. When we come for Christmas, we'll see. Okay. Now, within the next 1 month, if you want to set up, or you have set a goal of what you want to do and you want us to help, within the next 1 month, 30 days, we can work it out with you. At least everybody is still fresh. Huh? We can work it out. If it is a seminar you want to start developing, and please let me say this. If you don't have, all of us now are consultants. If you don't have a consulting firm, go and register one and make it a compliant organization. Whether you're public service, or private, it doesn't matter. If you don't have one, and please, when you're getting one, don't put Chukwuobi and Sons Consulting. Find a name that when CMD sees it, they will just give you accreditation immediately. Not the one they will say, go to CAC, tell them to adjust it. Do you know what I'm saying? So, if you are currently employed, make sure you build capacity to become an employer when you leave. Okay, if you are currently employed, use all the knowledge, all the experiences, the resources coming to you. Register your business now. All the knowledge, start building it in gradually into your own. So that when you come out tomorrow, you will not be asking, where do I go from here? Very, very important. I said this to them at National Boundaries Commission yesterday. I said, you are in public service. Find collaboration with private service and do your terms and conditions, your MOU, and do business together. You are in public service with opportunities. Someone is in private service looking for the opportunities. So I'm in public service. I give you my company. All right. I could use anybody's name to create the company, not me, to avoid problems. Okay. Or you could enter an agreement with the person. The company is opened. The person is a director. Maybe your wife or any other person can sit in for you while you're still serving. After you're done, they hand over your director to you or you hand over your company to you. But while you are there, you are fostering the opportunities for this new baby that you've just created. By the time you leave, the baby would have become an adult. It will be ready to feed you. Productive adult, yes. Now that you are in public service, when people come, you just gather like this. And you're pushing them away. Whether you like it or not, one day you will leave public service and meet those people that you are standing like this for. And you now meet them face to face. And then that time you find out that pension is not enough. And then that time you now know that you need somebody to brainstorm together with. All right. So public-private sector partnership is a sine qua non for all of us. If you are private sector, make sure you get good network with public sector participants before you leave here. If you're public sector, make sure you get good private sector relationship before you leave here. Very, very important. All right. Okay. So my class is very cold. Okay, so when you get this material, you see different areas of consulting, and then you could find out for yourself which area is your best interest, and then start looking into those areas. Some of us are good with management strategies. Some of us are good with human resources. Some of us are good with finance. Some of us are good with accounts. Some of us are good with leadership. Some are good with mentorship. Anyone you find yourself in, just pick that area. When you go to CAC, you mention those things. But let me say this. Anything you're registering with CAC, make sure you put training as part of your consulting services. Don't leave training, because one day, you might have the need to say, okay, I want to get this organization accredited. Of course, if you are a private sector player and you want to get into public procurement or public contracts as a trainer or as a training firm, you must have your compliance, which is National Council for Management Development via CMD, right? So when you go to CMD with your CAC and there is no training inside that memorandum of, is it memorandum or MEMAT? Okay. If there is no training in it, they will ask you to go back to CAC to include training. Now, when you go back to CAC, CAC will now tell you, pay your annual returns. After paying your annual returns, get the BVN of all the directors. We will do publication, something that could have been done, you see, once, will now start going back and front. When Dr. Bassi comes tomorrow, he will take the time to talk about consulting entrepreneurship. But let me say this sideways. When you start, don't stop on compliance. Let your compliance start from day one. Compliance from day one. Compliance from day one. If you want to go into consulting, compliance from day one. What do I mean from day one? Get your PENCOM clearance. Get your NSITF clearance. Get your FIRS clearance. Get your BPP clearance. Get your CMD clearance. No, CMD is a little expensive. But get other ones. When you now begin to gather muscle, when you gym and you've gathered some muscle, you can go to CMD. It makes it easier. Now, if you don't, you will register business of 45,000 or maximum 120,000. After 3 years, you now say you want to do compliance. God is good. Only FIRS will kill your head. They will cut off your throat. You will now be saying, is it now a bad thing to do business in Nigeria? No. But compliance has its own pros and cons. So by the time you go back after 3 years without recognizing with them the first time, they will now tell you, you're fine for not complying. They will now count how many months you have not paid. Very, very important. For those of us in NGOs, don't think you're left out. There's this deceit. They will tell you NGOs don't need to pay tax. Who told you that? If you don't pay tax, go and get your tax clearance. Get your tax exempt. Let's know that you have compliance. Not after 4 years. One project is now coming. They say your tax clearance. You now start running after FRS. Some things in life don't need prayer. When you don't do the right things at the right time, the day you want to do them, you will now fast forward. You need to call God for 100 days before you get his attention. Okay, and when you even get his attention, and I say, my son, it shall be well with you. And they say, what about this thing we are trying to settle now? You will keep quiet. So let's do the right things at the right time. So when you get this material, the materials are already in the Google Classroom. So when we get them, let's go through them, those preliminary things. Now, we'll talk about the process in management consulting. I think Dr. Bassi also spoke about this in the morning. You see the flow charts there. So the first on the flow chart, you have the entry phase. The entry phase has to do with contact with the client at the first time. Needs analysis. Needs analysis. When Dr. Lucas was talking about program design, he said we should do bottom up, right? That's the same approach you do in doing your needs analysis. All right. Then you go to the preliminary diagnosis of the problem. Be sure that what you want to solve is a need. This friend of mine that I told you that time, one day he traveled from, then I was living in Nasarawa State. He traveled from Lagos to come and meet me in Nasarawa State. And he said something to me before he left. He said, Benito, the day we will discover a need and begin to solve it, then we'll be rich. But you see, for all these wants that we are trying to fulfill, you need to be sure if your product or service is a want or is a need. A need is people run to you. A want is that you run to people. So which one are we at the moment? Most often it starts with trying to satisfy a want. The more you get to understand what people want, okay, it begins to drill down to what their need really is. Just take, for instance, the banking sector. They started with banking, right? But today it's no longer banking as it were. You have telecom inside banking. You have insurance inside banking. You have utilities, pension inside banking. So there are different registrars inside banking. So on the outside, we look at it as a bank, but when you go inside, multiplicity of operations. So we can start with first a want, but keep drilling, keep drilling, keep drilling till you find the need. When you find the need, people will be coming to you. Very, very important. Then from there, we go to planning for the assignment. Capacity building is a non-negotiable requirement for consultants. Capacity building, and not just one-off, continuous capacity building. Continuous. Of course, we've already told you your annual subscription fee and all of that. Do you know what that means? Every year you must attend at least one mandatory training like this. Everybody gather again. One mandatory, at least one. If you say you're not coming, no problem. The day you'll come, when I tell you the cost of defaulting, cost of not complying, you now say, I'm not interested again. Who lose? Okay. So planning for our assignment is important. Take time to read as much as you can, but you discover that at some point, your knowledge source will not be more of what you read, but more of the people you know. So apart from reading, also make sure you have quality people around you. So that when the need arises, instead of looking for a book to read, you pick a phone and know who to call. Very, very important. Then from that, you move to proposals. Yes, one of the things we'll deal with is proposal development. Then you talk about contract of consulting. Then from entry, you go to diagnosis, analysis of purpose. No matter what you do in consulting, the first thing is to answer the question of why. Why do I want to go into this? There must be a defined purpose. There must be a clear-cut vision of why you're doing what you do. Woo, life is good. Poverty will remain your best friend until the day you discover your purpose. Frustration will never leave your assignment until you understand the purpose of why you're doing what you're doing. No matter what you earn now, the day the person paying says, I'm no longer paying, and purpose is not in view, vision is not in view, your high BP will just come with ease. Let me be very frank, irrespective of your age, if there is no vision around your existence, very soon as the money stops coming, BP will be very close. Some people are having BP even with the money they are paying them, much more when the money is not there. Just imagine what will happen. But let me tell you something. A man of purpose, a woman of purpose, money is not their drive. Money is not their drive. They are at ease at all times. What is their drive is it this one thing that I want to achieve? That is my focus. That is my focus. You know? By 2035, we hope to build a university, management university. We used to say this 2008, 2012, and all of that. So one day, somebody called me. He said, Banich, I said, yes. He said, I heard that you said you're building a university. I said, yes. He smiled. I said, why did you ask? He said, because the way people are talking about it. I said, I never knew I told anyone. But one thing about purpose is that you cannot keep short. You will be talking about it and not even know. Because you are just filled up with it. If you can spend one day without talking about your business, you don't have a business. If you can spend one day, you don't talk about what you do. There is no purpose in that, you're just collecting people's money. The day the opportunity or the situation that led to that business, the day it collapses, that business will die. The only true value that can sustain a business is vision. That's the only true value. So, no matter what we do in our consulting, let's have strong visions. I was speaking to some group of people some time ago in a leadership training, and someone asked me a question. He says, what's the secret of lasting prosperity? I said, number one is long-lasting vision. If the vision is not long-lasting, forget about any other thing that follows it. But for the vision to be long-lasting, that means you have succession planning in place. It doesn't die with you. It continues after you're dead. Some of us need to make name, or most of us, our names will become more profound after we are gone. I used to tell people in my leadership training, before you leave, die, and after you're dead, leave. Before you leave, die, and after you're dead, leave. He said, except a corn of wheat falls to the ground and died. It's just on his own. That principle is a very powerful principle. You must die for you to multiply. You must die for you to have relevance. You see, some of us now, this consulting thing is shocking some of us. When you start, some people say, I don't even know this thing self. I've tried. Nothing is working. I give up. You've not tried enough. You've not tried enough. You've not. If you can give up, then there was no vision at all. If you can give up, there was no vision at all. Any business that is first developed on profit, you already know your profit before you enter. That business will close because that profit will not come the day you expect it. It will close. And let me say this as I proceed. Note, entrepreneurship is not self-employment. Because some people say, I'm an entrepreneur. What do you do? I'm self-employed. Technical skills are not business skills. You can be an engineer and still be very poor. You have technical skills, but you lack business skills. Any skill you have that you cannot multiply the result from it, something is wrong. No matter your technical skill, add business skill to it. That's what makes life meaningful. You say you are an engineer, and yet the only thing you're doing is this contract. Sorry, if I say contract is big, site. This site, that site, this. Some of us is only maybe in 2 years you have one site. It's because you're not treating it as a business. When you treat it as a business, you have multiple sites at the same time. Multiple. When you now press calculator, instead of it telling you 000, it will now tell you 1E 20. That means it's no longer you can't, it's not normal again. If you're still pressing calculator and still doing 120 naira minus 70 naira. Junior, come here. So no matter what your technical skill is, find business skills and add to it. You are a tailor, find business skills and add to it. You are a consultant, find business skills and add to it. You are a whatever, you're a teacher, find business skill and add to it. Add to it. Makes a whole lot of sense. All right? Where did we stop? Follow all those ones as they were. Then you go to action planning, go to implementation, then go to termination. When you get that, feel free to read it at all times. Consulting needs assessment. How do you find a consulting need? What is peculiar about the matter that you want to consult on? What is peculiar about it? You know, the other day we were through materials, and Honorable Kechuku gave an instance of a particular man or a particular situation where a company had a breakdown and everybody had worked on this machine. Nobody could fix it. And this young man came and after scanning, took small hammer, right? And hit at some point and asked them to start the machine. Machine started and they requested for invoice and he sent them, is it $20,000? But he sent them a ridiculous amount. So they now asked him that this much money is too much. Why should we pay so amount? I said, give us breakdown. He said, for heating, is like $10. But knowing what to do and knowing where to heat is the one that actually has the $19,990. And that is the beauty of consulting. That's just the beauty of consulting. Okay? So how do you find your own consulting niche? Is very, very important. Very, very important. If anybody can do it, then you don't need a consultant. I think the challenge here is that we are streaming at the same time. How do we How do I minimize that? So if anybody can do it, then you don't need a consultant. While I was at NBC yesterday, I left very late. Their lecture was supposed to start by 8. I went there almost 11 o'clock because I needed to make sure everything here is working before I left. They called and called till my phone went off. So when I got there, everybody was fuming. Okay. And after my lecture, everybody was smiling. Ah, sir, you did well. This is the best training ever. I spent about 2 hours there and came back. A training of 8 hours, I spent 2 hours and came back. Now, the coordinator of that program, I was speaking with him this morning. He said, sir, the owners of the contract, they were asking, why did you come late? The next time, don't bring this man. And he said, the people told him, it's not about bringing people. It's about knowing who can deliver. Even if he come tomorrow, wait for him. Even if he said, the training today, cancel it. But that was actually what I told them. I said, give them tea break. If I'm not there, give them lunch. When I come, we must do something. They said, no, we must start by 8. I said, okay, continue from where you stopped. Okay. And then the main thing is we must find our own area, our own niche. Know exactly where you want to face and face it. Okay. Now, in consulting needs and analysis, is this very clear from your end? Okay, it's very clear. Now, you have the phase 1, which is pre-assessment, the exploration. This is where the bottom-up comes in. You go to the people and find out what the problem really is. And by going to the people, it doesn't really mean physically. In today's world, you can do online surveys, you can do polls to get feedback from people, right? Then you have the data gathering. From whatever thing they give you, you try to analyze the data to see how relevant, okay? Find the areas of strength and find the areas of weaknesses. Then you go to the post-assessment, which is utilization. After you've gathered your data and you found what you need, the next thing is put the data to use. Okay, put the data to use. This material is available on your Google Classroom. Please, at all times, feel free to rehearse it. Addressing the need, problem solving. For you to find your niche, the thing is that you want to turn the pains to gain. That's what you just want to achieve. Turn the pains to gains. Okay? So what are the solutions and what are the gains you want to bring in? This is a little literature. Please feel free to read it when you get home. Now, identifying your own client's need. This is important to me, and I think it should be important to you. Now, the first one, can someone from this point read the first one? If you want to be a consultant, please note, understand your client's business. If you cannot understand these things, you don't have anything to say you're consulting on. So first, understand the client's business. All right? Take your time. Can I get someone read from there? Can someone read from the other side? Understand the business environment. The Nigerian business environment and Ghana business environment is not the same. So understand the business environment. Now, there was this case study that Dr. Lucas was trying to use of, I think that case study, we also saw it in raw materials, right? Of in fact, the woman at raw materials said she was part of that project. She said, yes, we are giving the insight. She said she was part of the project. The problem is that the people do not see water as their problem. If you give them water, you create a problem. A bigger problem. Now, that is an environment, right? See, in project management, if you don't understand the project environment, you could waste your time forever and ever. The same thing applies to business. You must understand the business environment for you to be able to deliver. Okay. The next one, can I get someone read from here? Okay. You know, as a consultant, apart from the fact that you try to understand your client, you also understand the client of your customer. So your client, you go ahead of your client to understand what their problems are. It makes the consulting easy. So when you come and tell him one solution and he tries it, the client have results and he comes back to you, what you did is nice, and he want to give you more work. If all you know is about your client and you don't know about the client of your client, there is a problem. So go ahead. If it is possible, create an additional client that your client do not see. Create an additional client. There is one of us that's supposed to come in from Port Harcourt. He was here in June, business chemistry. I told them something. I spoke with them about 1 hour plus on the phone. I said, instead of going to a bank to look for loan, you have a very veritable product. Why don't you think of investment options? And I'm talking to all these people that have products. Why are you always running to a bank when you can use your shares to generate money? Why do you always do that? Some of us don't even understand the power of that CAC document we have. It will take you about 400,000 to generate 50 million capital shares. So why don't you get 400,000, buy 50 million capital shares, and then ask people to come and be part of the risk you're sharing? You generate, if you want to sell 2 naira per share, you generate 100 million. If you want to sell 1 naira, you generate 50 million. So what is it? People want it the easy way. If you can't communicate your ideas, it's difficult to get a partner. That's the problem. Anytime you find yourself going to take loan, don't think the bank is your friend. It's because they know they can easily manipulate you. If you don't have an extra partner, extra investor in your business, start thinking of how to bring in investors. It is based on the authenticity and the quality of product and services you render. Very, very important. So after I finished talking with them, the man said he had never thought about it in this form. He says, sir, can you help us develop a template on how we are going to do it? Will I marry for you and at the same time impregnate your wife? No, they happen that way. So you like the idea, right? Okay, so when you're ready, come, let's talk about it. Let's discuss it. I would rather ask you, in that 50 million, give me 1% share of the 50 million than to charge you. If I see potential in organizations, I don't ask you to pay me. Let me be part of your future. That makes sense, right? So in the next 5 years, I could comfortably say, this is my second son. Let him be in charge of these shares. I've settled you. Don't come back to me. So let's think business instead of just thinking petty cash. They called me this myself. Sir, please send us your account number. I've already made up my mind yesterday that as I'm going there, I'm not collecting money from them. They've called me several. Send your account number. I will send. But you wait for it. I did not go there because of money. I went there because I saw that these people, there is a way we can partner. There is a relationship we can build. And that is more than money. When I was speaking with some of their directors, especially their director of IT, the man was he was ready to hear what I would say. It's better for you to hear what I will say today so that we'll meet again than for you to just give me, how much do you want to pay me? How much do they want to pay me now? No matter what you pay me, it won't pass. It won't pass what I will use to maybe buy fuel for 2-3 days, and that's all. By the time you refill your tank like 4 times, that money is gone. So, when you say, no problem, keep the money, they feel like this guy is a big boy. They don't know that you need that money, but somehow you're investing it. Okay? You're investing it. All right? So can someone read from here? We are at understanding your client. Can someone read it? understand the industry trends. Understand the industry trends. The way it is today is how did they used to put it? Something, word without end, MM. As it was in the beginning, social. No, in the world of industries, it doesn't happen that way. There is always evolution. There is always transformation. And that's one of the reasons going for professional workshops is important, because when you get to environments as this, you get to understand what is the new thing, what is happening now. Okay? So we understand the trends and then make the most of the trend. Now, let me tell you, don't be a late investor. Don't be a late investor. Your money might not come out. Go and ask those people that invested last in MMM. Their money did not come out. Don't enter when the market is oversaturated. You should be able to prophesy to your own self and say, in this industry, I see something. And you begin to speak it loud. You know, in 2012, we started doing seminars on the future of work. Future of work. And we are talking to people about use of online tools to do business, Zoom and all of that. Then Zoom was not there. Okay, you had Skype, yes. So that was what we were teaching then. And I remember then I told them in Diamond Bank, we were having this marketing training. And I told them, I said, if you did not update your skills digitally, you will soon leave this place. By the time we went back there, 2014, 2015, about 16 staff, we met about 4. So what happened? Say, no, we had to lay off. If you are no longer relevant, you become a West. And don't pray to be a West. It's not as though those people don't know anything. It's just that they don't understand what they know. Assuming they understood what they know, they can't go because the result will be obvious. Okay? So very, very important. Let's understand industry. You know, now we are beginning to talk about artificial intelligence, business intelligence. People are still dragging feet. What are they saying? You mean me as a director, I should go and be learning new things? Don't worry. I told them yesterday at MBC, I said, very soon, you just hear something like, we are no longer paying in paper. So we are paying you now in cryptocurrency. Whether you like it or not, we can't run away from it. Very, very soon, government will make that declaration. Is it that you collect e-Naira? We already have e-Naira, so your e-Naira has the... So gradually, we walk into that culture of paperless economy. Then that Bitcoin we were once fighting, we now want to own it. My friend, be wise. Understand trends. Or be a step ahead. Understand trends. Understand trends. If not, if the trend has passed and you want to join, you'll be like, but they said, when they said it has gone. Okay, so what are we seeing there? Understand the state of client competitors. Very, very important. So apart from understanding your client's client, you also understand your client's competitors. Your client might not know all what his or her competitors are doing, but you should be able to know, because that thing you're going to know is what will fetch money for you. You're not going to tell him that, do you know your competitors are doing this? Do you know your no, you're providing it as a bundle of solution and giving him the assurance this will work. And by the time he tries it, he's up in the market and he tells you, that man is a good consultant, that lady is a good consultant. What are we reading from here? Is somebody seen anything? Understand the business current state. The business you want to consult for, understand the current state. Is it at startup? Is it at growth? Is it at maturation? Is it at decline? Is it at the verge of closing? Understand the state so that you will know what to give to the person. You know, I was discussing with someone over the phone, and then we were talking about investment. And he asked me a question. He said, sir, do I need a business plan to go for investment? I said, yes. But the investment, the business plan you need is not a startup plan. What you need is an expansion plan. You have expansion plan, partnership plan, investment plan. All of them are business plans, but at different levels, different states of the business. So if you want to do consulting for a business, know where they are per time so that you know what to give to them. So what are we reading from there? Okay, so conduct a competent, from where they are to where you want to take them to, what do they really need? That becomes your milestone. Or sorry, is it your milestone? Yeah, that becomes what you want to achieve. You want to move them from their current state to their future state. So do a gap analysis, and then importantly, a competency analysis. The competency analysis is to find out, do they have capacity to move? If they don't have the capacity, then you can now talk about trainings, capacity buildings, and all of that. And the capacity buildings must be structured to move them to where they want to get to. If not, after collecting their money and they are still where they are, or they start moving back, you are the worst consultant ever. They will go to your LinkedIn page, say nobody should ever contact this man for anything. You know, that is what is happening now. If you do a bad project, people don't need to talk to you. They just go and search for where you are online and start writing all manner of things. Okay? If you go to a bank now, you have bad experience. You don't talk too much. Just go to Google, find where the bank is, and start writing. Useless set of people. These people, yesterday when Mrs. Dr. Foma was talking about this, it sounded so funny. I woke up this morning, I saw a lot. I thought it was, I said, what? No, it's not the normal alert. It's not the normal end of the month, whatever. Now, there was no description. Whether it's end of the month, no description. Whether maintenance, no description. Now, the question is, will I leave what I'm doing now to go into the bank? I'll be asking them, why did you deduct this amount? Maybe by the time I return there on Monday, they'll not say, sir, we can't really trace it. What option do I have? Useless bank. Nobody, they just deduct people's money anyhow. Somebody will concur, another person will concur. By the time you know it, you have 3,000 concurs. And then we're asking, why is that bank closing? You can't take away emotional intelligence from business. You take it away, you close the business. All right, very, very important. Where did we read last? Okay, so let's read here. Agree on the future states. We've understood the trends. We've done the gap analysis. Where do we want to go to? Let's agree. The next one there. Now, while you've agreed, also get together, collaborate with your client, and then set out the course of action. You will have your own responsibilities. He or she will have his or her own responsibility. If it's a corporate body, you have your own responsibilities, and they have their own responsibilities. Now, let me say this. Try as much as you can to make your consulting adventure a business to business or business to person. Don't make it person to business or person to person. Sometimes the reputation begins to go down. So let the liability be on the name of the company, not on you. Some people find it difficult to pay money into personal accounts, but easier to pay into corporate accounts. So let's make it either business to business or business to persons. Let's not revert it of person to person and person to business. Sometimes it doesn't work that way, okay? Because there's a perception that if you don't have a business, you might run away one day. So who do we hold on to? Okay. Okay. Is somebody getting something? So let's take 2 minutes and let me see if there's any question for me. Now, while we are taking the 2 minutes, let's do this very quickly. If you're into profit, you're into profit-based businesses, or you want to go into profit-based businesses, please decide. If you're into NGOs, CSOs, non-profit-based business, please decide. Please, sorry for the disorganization. If you're in the two, choose one. If you're not sure of where So, okay, if you're not in anywhere, just find the one that you're supposed to enter. Profit base, this side, NGOs, CSOs, non-profit, this side. So in this niche identification, what we're going to do is simple. Profit base, based on your number, we can divide you into 3. Maybe we divide this into 2, right? So you identify a niche and then develop a business model on it. Okay? So by the time we divide you into 3, you develop a business model based on the niche that your group has found. Okay. All of us will be the council and the, if your niche does not have future, we'll tell you now. Okay, all right. The same thing applies to these people. Now, I will round up very soon. But before I round up, I will combine, after we're done with presentation, we'll quickly look at proposal development so that after you're done with what to do, how to present it to attract people shouldn't be a problem, right? Okay. So your niche, specializing in a particular field rather than, okay, so you understand what niche is. So let's move. Let's move. So the online people, we are doing the same thing. So when you get this material, read as much as you can. Yep. So yesterday we spoke about the business canvas. That's where I am going to. After we deal with the business canvas, then somebody's taking customer relation strategies tomorrow, so I don't need to bother myself about that. So the business model canvas, we say it has 9 components. Every business, whether it is NGO or profit based, yes, sir. Yes, we'll put them. We'll put them. So, Honorable Yemi, for online people, we are breaking them into. So you create 2 rooms for them. So online, please just label the 2 rooms, profit and non-profit, and then make it easy for them to choose. All right, make it easy for them to choose. All right, so we still have 9 building blocks. So it's time to put those blocks together. So first block there is what? Okay, second block there is what? Key activities. Third block there is what? Key resources. Fourth block there is what? Value proposition. The next one there is what? The next one there is what? Okay, the next one there is what? All right, the next one there is what? Okay, I think that's all. So, okay, you have revenue there, right? Okay, revenue streams. So this is simple. Key partners, as the word is key, the main people in your business. This might be your fellow investors, your suppliers, your contractors, your customers, as the case may be, the major stakeholders. Now, what you want to do is identify them and then try to find out what major role will they play in the business. What will be their impact to the business? Okay. Then the other ones are the key activities. Now, key activities are those critical activities that if you don't do them, your business will not produce results. We are not saying write all the activities. We say the key ones. That's the key drivers, key operational drivers. Key activities or activities generally are the operations, right? So the key drivers, key performance drivers, let's know, all right? Then there you talk about key resources. Like I said earlier today, in consulting, your number 1 key resource is knowledge. Maybe for people like us, our number 2 key resource is access to internet. And then number 3 will be maybe a computer and a phone. So what would be your key resources? For those of us into NGO, if you want to develop a concept note, what will be the key resources to deal with that particular project you're dealing with? All right. So let me once again say, in case you just joined us, see, you see, Nigeria, the people that are looking for profit are more than the people who are not looking for profit. It's normal. But you know one thing, these people, we need the profit of these people to sponsor whatever thing they are doing. So look at them now. Look at them very well. Drop your concept note as you're going. You know, when you're paying your tax, they ask if you did any corporate social responsibility. So let me come to you now. Profit people, make room for corporate social responsibility so that these people can do it. Most often, we don't really have all the time. They are the ones that do it. Okay, so make some provision and be giving them. Okay, they will do it in your name. They say, Gear Child Education, sponsored by, executed by them, sponsored by you. And then when you go to pay your tax, they deduct that from your tax. You don't pay tax on corporate social responsibility. Okay, sorry, please. Okay, where is the dialogue boss coming from? He's asking me to join one. Okay, so you have the value propositions. Your value proposition must be, according to Felado Toye, it must be rock solid. It's one that when people see it, they cannot say no. Please know that value proposition is not features of your product. Value proposition is first, what need is this product or service solving? Then features can come later. Okay. Then you have there, is it customer segments? So if you're into NGO, we are now talking about the target audience that this project is for. For profit people, we are talking about the target customers that this product is for. Then we talk about customer relationship. Now, I want you to notice that in all of what we do, emotional intelligence is from beginning to the end. You need emotional intelligence from A to Z for this business model to work. All right? So in your customer relationship, emotional intelligence is also there. So how best do you attract? How best do you retain? And how best do you turn customers to business partners, loyalists, and all of that? Then there you have channels. Channel simply talks of how do you transfer or how do you deliver the value from where it is produced to the people that need it. Dr. Bassi said, any product that you produce that is still with you, it doesn't get to the customers, you don't get anything from it. It's just useless. You know, those of us that when you were growing up, you sold bread. Did you ever sell bread on the streets of Nigeria? Or you sold moi moi? You sold, you're a good man. That's my great sister there, my wonderful sister. She's my father's first daughter. When we were growing up, I used to like eating with her because she doesn't eat much. Okay. So we used to sell bread then. Sometimes myself, my humble self, I'll go and keep my bread behind or store the bread. Others are selling their own, I'm storing the bread. When I come back from school and I look at there is no food, I start from where I stop. That's what some of us do with our products. Okay, when nobody's buying it, we'll now start using it for you to show that I love my product. Okay, but the truth is, those products, those services were created for customers, not for you. Okay. Then you have, so your channels, you have to be sure of your market. Channel simply talks of your marketing approaches. Okay, your marketing approaches. Then you talk of your cost structure. What is the cost implication of running that business? What is the cost implication of running that project? It is on the basis of the cost that you now begin to put up markup to talk of your profit. For these people, there is nothing like markup, but for us, we have to add some little extra to make up. Yes, sir. No, the markup is not for profit. There is markup, but not for profit.
Yes, because I know you have your overhead costs
Yes.
and your profit. So if you say there's no markup, how would they survive?
We don't call that markup profit. Some they call it surplus. Some they call it contingency fund. Some they call it reserve fund. But at the end of the day, they make more money than us. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Then the other one is revenue stream. How do you make money from the solution you're providing? In NGO, they talk about sustainability. If we are no longer funding you, how do you continue to sustain this business? So that talks about how do you continue to make money to keep the business running? That's your revenue stream. Okay, how do you continue? Yeah, it doesn't really talk about break-even points or whatsoever. All right, it just gives you an overview, a model of what your business looks like. Then, as you begin to now go into them in depth, you begin to now find detailed analysis of each of those boxes that we're going to look at in a short time. All right. Okay, this cameraman is tired of me moving from one side to another. He's tired of me. No, he's tired of you move this way, you move that way. It's like this man is the only man that's giving stress in this class. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. You are going to fill up this. You are going to fill up this. So I'm going to give you 20 minutes. And then, okay. So it's just exactly what we had there. So the same thing applies to the online. It seems not to be going up. Okay. Okay. More. I remove it. So what do I do under more? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One group. Okay, so let's say from here. One group. From Hajia to Barrister Gabriel and Engineer Mobolaji. One group. From here, okay, this other side, one group. Honorable Njida, you just stepped in. Okay, so we have two groups. One is for profit-making business. If you want to go into profit-making or you're into profit-making business, this side. If you want to go into NGO, CSO, non-profit, this side. Okay, so I think here we can just divide ourselves into two. From Sister Grace to Mr. Oseni, here like this, one group. From Mr. Idris, Alhaji Idris rather, to Mommy Elosoji, one group. So just pick up any area of your choice and develop a business model on it. So we have 20 minutes. Sorry, I will bring it down to 15 minutes so that we'll use the other time to do the presentation. Online people, I believe you're doing the same thing. So by 2:10, we'll be back. 2:10. What's the time now? Maybe my time is slow. Okay, so by 2:15. Now I'm reducing the 5 so that we'll use 5 minutes for presentation. Okay.
Hello? Please, I can't see the rooms, the online rooms anymore.
Okay, for those online, hello? For those online, okay. For those online, what you do is raise up your hand for those who are for profit first. Only those who are for profit organizations use the raise hand feature.
Yes.
I will assign you myself. I created the rooms and nobody, very few understood what. Use the raise hand feature. Okay, Molara Olamoda. For profits.
Yes, please.
Olamoda to profit. Only profit. NS Lamte. Profit. Anybody? Profit. Sulaiman. Okay. Profit. Who else for profit? Where else is for profit? Sulaiman Okunoga, I've moved you. Ernest, please kindly accept your invitation to those rooms. Who else for profit? Otherwise, I move all the others to non-profit.
Very helpful.
So I'm moving others to. No, it's not this one. This one is only what is shared. Is that one that is projected? Brings me. So the others, I want to believe that the others online are all for non-profits. Is that what we do? Because I'm moving everyone now to that room. All right, non-profit. Please join as I assign you non-profits. Non-profits. Anastasia, Excellence, you saw. Excellence, you said you are for profit-making organization. I've sent you there.
I'm for non-profit.
Excellent, join. Is it Excellence? So, IIPM facilitator can remain. Okay, non-profit. Please kindly join as I assign you. Rejoice. I guess non-profit also, yes. Rogers, non-profit, I guess. Please kindly accept. Rose Abena Prepar, non-profit. Temilade Buruchi as Victor Mike, non-profit. Temilade, let me put you in non-profit. No, she should go and join profit. There are very few. Let me remove Temilade. Yeah, profit. So please accept the invitations on your screen. Just click on them and you move automatically to the rooms you've been assigned to. If you find yourself, you think you're still in the wrong room, please indicate. However, I've moved you accordingly, which means those who are for non-profit are just profit are just 5, and those who are non-profit are 12. So if you're in the wrong room, let me know.
And unmute in your different rooms, please, and discuss. Unmute for discussion in your different rooms. Thank you. I hope they understand the assignment given.
Start making contact for the other person.
And Dr. Bassi is not around.
So what are we doing now? Start telling them about it.
So the assignment says you should use the image you're seeing to create a business model according to your sector, either for profit or non-profit. Use the image you're seeing to create a business model. That's your assignment. Your time is counting, please. Okay. You have 5 minutes more in your individual room. Wesley Bochoy, where do you belong? Wesley
Yes,
Bochoy, where do
hello.
you belong?
I was supposed to be in group 1, but then my network kept dropping.
Please kindly send a chat and tell me, do you belong to the public or private, the profit or non-profit organization?
Non-profit, because I'm in the
Quickly send a
public
chat.
service.
You don't have time. We're about closing the rooms.
Okay.
Quickly send me a chat so that I can send you to the room. Public, non-profit. Okay. All right. I'll send it to non-profit. breakout rooms. Trade. Join quickly and finish your project there, please. We're about closing the breakout room.
Thank you so much. Please, our time is up. And I believe as professionals, you will respect time. So now let's get back to our presentation. Thank you so much. You see, let's get one person from each of the groups very quickly. One person from each of the groups, please come. I will count from 1 to 5. If your group representative is not here, then you will take home your assignment and keep it yourself. 1. I will count from 1 to 5. If you're representing, please go and sit down. I will count from 1 to 5. If your rep is not in, then you present to yourself when you agree. 1, 2.
Be online too. I'm also closing you.
3.
Imagine the rules now. Or just wait. Let me see what Dr. Benito will do.
4. And 5. Thank you so much. Please, nobody should cross this line again. No. Thank you for coming. No, you can't. No, thank you. No.
You listen to individuals and individuals.
Yeah, go. If not that the angel has said you should go now. Please go from anywhere. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so please, can we put our hands together for ourselves for taking out the time to work on this? Did you learn something while doing this? Okay. So for those on the high table, can we also put our hands together for them? And those in the online environment, can we come back to the main section? Please, can you collapse the session? Let everybody come back. So we have, this is what we're going to do. We are the customers. You can drop the mic for them. We are the customers, we are the clients, we are the investors, we are the stakeholders. So after the presentation, we'll decide if we are buying or we are not buying. So we decide if you're buying, you raise your hand. If you're not buying, you keep your hand down. So the people that have the highest buyers and investors will win.
No, it's not that one. It's asking English.
Price, win. Okay. I hope that is well understood. So each group will have just 3 minutes to make their presentation. And we need a moderator, an impartial judge. Moderator, please. Yes, please. Honorable Njida, please come. Please, let's put our hands together for Honorable Njida as it comes. He's going to be our unbiased umpire. Yes. Please, come and sit. Come and sit so I can hear you. Okay, anywhere you want to sit. Okay, yeah. So, you're welcome, sir. Our unbiased umpire. Okay, so 3 minutes, your time, and then we evaluate. Before we start evaluating, we criticize, we review before we vote. All right, you make comments so that they know what they've done. The group will know what they've done or what they've not done before we vote. All right? Okay, so are we good to go? All right, so who is starting first? Okay, please. Introduce yourself, your group, and then you fire up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Idris Muhammad from Raw Material Research and Development Council. Did we name the group something? Or I can just say from a group? Okay, I come from a group, non-profit group. Our program is poverty alleviation for a community. Poverty alleviation for a community. Now the group has decided to use the general, simpler, but the best bottom to top approach. Now in that, number one, we will do the needs assessment. Now, after doing the needs assessment, we will identify the beneficiaries, be it women, be it children, be it aged, be it people living with disabilities, etc. Now, after identifying the beneficiaries, we will develop the concept notes. After identifying the concept notes, we will identify the resources, that the budget for the program. Here, we will look for development partners, we will look for donors. Now, after identifying the resources, we will develop a compendium. Compendium means here like the database of the beneficiaries and the need. Now, after developing the database, that's the compendium, we will now attempt to draw the program. Now, in drawing the program, we are mining from that compendium that we have built. Is it for education? Is it for microfinance? Is it for health? Is it for food security? Is it for social security? etc. There we control the program. Now, after at a draw of the program, number 7, we will do the MIE. That's why the program is, we will monitor and be evaluating it. After the MIE, we will do impact assessment to see how the program is going, what has been achieved. Then after that, we will do the sustainability plan. And there we are good to go. Thank you.
Thank you. No, before we come to you, let's hear from the people. Okay, so this is poverty alleviation group. So let's hear from the, please come and take this microphone, please. So we take 2 comments, one from here and one from here. So let's have.
Thank you so much for the work that you put in. But I beg to say that you guys are more like begging the question. You didn't tell us the program. You did not identify your key activities, what you're going to do in the activities. You did not tell us exactly who your customer segments are. You're saying, be it agent, be it this, be it that. I think you people should go back and do some work. You're like telling us what you are going to do is futuristic. You didn't really put down, okay, this is what we have chosen, and this is what we are going to do.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, we don't react from group. We don't react from group. We don't react from group. Okay, so you have 30 seconds, sir.
So thank you. Yep. Well articulated, poverty reduction, right? But my own question is this: your key resources, that particular fund, you say collaborate with the key developmental partners who are your donor agencies. Right. But you did not tell us what are your selling points that you are going to attract those key donors that will make them actually to believe and give you. You know, it's not easy to get money from them. That is the thing that we really want to get from you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we've had, okay, so no. It's just 2 per time. So the next this thing, you give him one, and then you take another one from here. The next one you give him, and then you take another one from here. So let's vote. If you are going to buy this poverty, okay. No. It's agile management. So we treat as it comes. So if you're investing in this agile poverty reduction program, please, can you count for us? Please count. Okay, so all right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so let's go to the next group. So you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Actually, I'm presenting a business plan for Own a Home Nigeria Limited. Own a Home Nigeria Limited. Yes. And next thing we are going to look at is the value proposition. What do we intend to do? We intend to procure one-bedroom apartments or condos for low-income earners. And we intend to either rent to own. You rent to own the apartment, or we have mortgage for 35, maximum of 35 years. So that's a value proposition. Then we talk of our key partners. What are those people that will help us in the realization of this dream? Number one, look at the mortgage bankers. Now, we want to do this because while we were deliberating, we looked at if we get contractors involved, the costs will get high. So we said we are going to do direct labor. So we're going to look at getting professionals who either buy into the vision, so we don't need to pay them. They will get their payment from stocks. So we get professionals. We need suppliers of materials. We agreed that we are going to use locally sourced materials. Something like using brick, locally made red bricks, so that we can produce affordable housing. Then we have the regulators, we have the community that will provide the land, will not necessarily buy the land. We'll explain to the community, this is what you are going to gain. When this thing is here, the shops that you people will open, these people will patronize you people, even though you are not making much money, but you make more money through that means. Then we have the artisans, those who are going to work, produce the actual production of the houses. You have the unions. Why unions? You have the drivers' unions. How many minutes? Oh, 30 seconds more. We move ahead. The key activities: land acquisition, planning, construction, marketing, and funding. Sourcing for funding, key resources. Personnel. We have infrastructure, the building materials, then customer relationships. We are looking at having a cooperative society. Thank you.
Please, can we clap for them? All right. So can we have the first comment? Yes, that's Honorable Gabriel. 30 seconds, sir.
That's a very good one.
Thank you.
I love that one. But they say they are going to use local resources. How about those resources in a house that are not localized yet? Then number two, we know that the problem of mortgage housing in Nigeria is lack of system. Because are you going to sell to only civil servants who you can trace? You did not tell us how you will bring in the informal private sector, not the OPS. The informal private sector.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. One from here. One from here.
On to home. Excellent. I like your vision, honestly. But the issue actually, Pastor have already said, the issue of mortgage. And because we are here, this is a specialized workshop where we can learn from each other the basis of realities. I've been thinking the product that you will sell, try and identify another means of funding this project, not necessarily direct through the mortgage, because the interest rate is actually very high. Even as supply is even competing with it, just like with the commercial bank. It's no longer single digit. That's what.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Huh? So no, you don't comment from your group. Enjoy your. No, wait. Okay, please let me. No. Please, if your group is presenting, don't respond. If you talk, we will not vote for you because you are not doing vote buying. Okay. All right. So let's vote. On a home Nigeria Limited. If you will buy, please raise your hand. Where is Nnakwe? Please count for me very fast. Yeah? 30, 13, 19. Okay.
Oh, this side can hold also. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. They said I should not vote. We know he was.
All right. So we move very quickly to the next group. So who is ready?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is One Touch Logistics Company, and our topic, One Touch Logistics Company. Okay, our topic is designing an app for a dispatch riders. And first and foremost, we have the 9 components for business plan, and we have the key partners. And the key partners, we have the investors, we have the bike owners, we have the employee and medias. And also, you can't do these things as outside, can't take it outside these people. And there are also something that is very important, which is the key activities, which is the operations. And the operations, we have the software design, the software security. If you don't secure the app, it will be hacked. So it's very important to secure its software security, human resources, people that need to, be up and doing on the app, that be working on it. So there is also need for screening and also license, because you need to get license, by the government or whatever for you to be fit. And if the bike man or if the bike also is safe to be used for such logistics or business. So we have the key resources. We have the key resources as the internet. You have to drive this vision. You can't drive it without internet. So you need the internet. You need also the app, the device, your laptop, your phone. The motorbikes are also part of our key resources. We have the value propositions. The value proposition, remember, is what we can do. What can we do? And what we want to achieve is having an ease, fast and safe delivery. We have customer segments, we have manufacturer parcels, we have organizations, individuals, everybody needs our services. We have customer relations, we have reviews. We have feedback from our customers. And also we have channels. And those channels, we have advert promotions, incentives. We have cost structures. And those cost structures, we have app design, app development, app hosting, updating, operational, and cooperative. Then we have the revenue. And the revenue, we have a payment system. Are they going to pay on cash or transfer or online payments? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let's take to Honorable Mohammed. His hand was up. Okay. No, if you don't want to comment on this one.
I can comment on the logistics.
Okay.
On the logistics. Madam, thank you very much for your presentation. You tried. So in your presentation, you were talking about the the key resources. So you were talking about the motorbike, but I didn't hear you say anything about tracking delivery. From the point of sending to the point of delivery. There was I didn't get anything about tracking.
No, don't talk. An investor is talking now. You want to lose your money. Okay.
Then for the partners again, you didn't mention anything about the companies that produce the bikes. Don't you think they're also a key partner?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, since nobody's raising hand there, just give her. I didn't. Your hand was up? I didn't see, sorry. Okay, don't worry, we'll bring back to you. So you have 15 seconds because you're eating somebody's time. Your time is coming.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, man. That was a very beautiful presentation. At the initial stage, you mentioned something about developing an app for dispatch riders. So I was actually hoping to hear how you manage the app, but along the line, I think it was tailored like you are doing it a dispatch. Yes, because initially I thought it's the app to manage that any dispatch line that can be used, can use it to manage. Okay.
All right, thank you so much. You got what she's saying, right? You said you want to develop an app, but at the end of the day, you became the rider. Yeah. Quickly. You still want to say something? Okay.
I didn't hear anything concerning how the cost structure is going to be like with regards to the services or the key activities you'll be carrying out, because I know it's a profit-making organization.
All right.
And how you're going to satisfy your customers.
Okay.
You know.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let's vote. If you're buying this app, let's see your hand. You're investing in this logistics. So who is counting for me? Count. Count front and back sideways. What? Okay. Did you count these people? No, it's 10. They said 10, including everybody. Okay, quickly, let's move to the next program. Okay. Who is going next? Let's make it very fast. All right, remaining 2. Your 3 minutes starts now.
I'm presenting for A and B Partners, Travels and Logistics. That's the name of the business. Then who are our key partners? We have airlines, transporters, tour guide, and professionals. Then key activities we run in the company. We run home delivery. We run transportation and courier services. Then key resources. What are the resources we are going to need? We need airplane because we're running logistics and it's going to be international. And we need human resources. We need material resources and non-material. Then value proposition. Our value proposition is targeted efficient, affordable logistic and transport services. Then customer relationship. How do we intend to relate well with our customers? We provide a friendly app for them, welfare and insurance of goods and of their goods because it's a logistic company, easy payment platform for them, friendly customer relationship 24/7. Then what are the channels are we going to be using? We are using media. We are also using ICT channels. So we are going to be using digital media, social media, all form of media as our channels to reach out to our customers. Then customer segment. Customer segment, under that, we have traders who are going to be our customers, the SMEs, the small and medium businesses that want their products to go abroad. We're going to be helping them because it's an international company. Then cost structure. What do we have for our cost structure? We have the location-based structure. You can't be sending from Lagos to Abuja and expect it to be the same thing if you are sending to abroad. So that's what we're going to use. We're going to use affiliates because we have affiliates, so the cost structure will be limited and reduced for our affiliates. Then we're going to be using weight measurement too as a means for measuring our products before we transfer. Then revenue streams. How do we want to generate our revenue? We are going to be generating our revenue from the services we provided. Of course, we provide logistic business. Also, training is there, advert and subsidiary.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Who is enjoying this session? Okay. 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 All right. So after this section, we go into another section of breakout. And our speakers are already here. So I will quickly want to acknowledge them as we proceed. We'll have Dr. Oshati Titilola from National Productivity Center. That's the Director of Human Capital and Productivity, Director of Productivity and Capacity Building. So let's put our hands together for her, please. Thank you so much. Then we'll also have all of them are our fellows, so they are our fellows. We also have very much present. In fact, it's like the whole team from the training department. From Federal Ministry of Justice, we have our own very director, Mrs. Oni Foluke, the Director of Human Resources at Federal Ministry of Justice. I know these other people, but there's one person I know also, the AD training, Mr. Olajide. He's also a fellow of the Institute. Thank you so much for coming. Then we also have our own, he's now a grand fellow. We have Dr. Pat Oyane. He very soon will be 24 hours old as a retiree. That's the former Director of Procurement at the Federal Ministry of Justice. And in June, he was conferred as a fellow. So he's a grand fellow. So let's put our hands together for all of them. In a very few moments, we will go into the specializations and then we can enjoy ourselves with them. So AB Logistics. So let's take 15 seconds from here and 15 seconds from here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That was a good presentation. However, I would like you to know that you said you're going to be engaged in home delivery services, but in your resources, you mentioned airplane. So I don't know how you're going to use airplane to deliver those to homes. Secondly, you said your channels, you will use the social media. So I don't know how you're going to use the social media to deliver goods to homes. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay. See, yeah, Mr. Kechuku.
I just came to what my sister said, and then in his revenue stream, we were talking about things I don't understand. All those things. They need to repackage the program.
That's right.
Forensic editor by training.
All right, thank you so much. So quickly, let's vote. If you will invest in A and B logistics and travel based on their presentation. A and B logistics. Can we count very fast? $13. All right. And the last but not the least, you're joining them. That's the problem of Nigeria. When there is election, we'll not go and vote. After election, they are not.
Good afternoon, distinguished investors. I'm representing our organization named ESND NGO, Education for Sustainable National Development. We did our need assessment and we discovered that a lot of things need to be done in order to protect your business, in order to add value to our national development. And what we want to do is address the issue, investment in education, basically basic education, because our foundation, we are of the understanding of the school of thought that for a nation to fight corruption, fight unemployment or insecurity, the idea of investing in our basic education must be addressed. It is not just a question of investing in higher institution. We believe in grassroots investment in education. That's why our NGO ESND has decided to invest in the basic foundation of education. And we centered it on public education, owing to the fact that if you do not invest in public education, a lot of us here, I know all of us have our kids in private institutions. And if you look at it, if there are options or positions for national employment, I'm sure the 70% or 50% of applicants are coming from the public institutions. And also, if I'm also right, 50% or more of applicants will be for our security agencies are coming from the public institutions, where we ignored and we want to correct it at the main road. We want to stop them from taking 15 naira and all that. If we do not invest in basic education from the grassroots, we may not end in security. That's what our foundation is all about. And we came up with key parties. Our number one party is the government and all the individuals, religion, and everything. Then our activities, we mapped out the issue of investment in quality education, in essence of investing in teachers, pupils, expansion of schools, and all that. And finally, we care about key resources, our donors and all of that. Thank you.
All right.
Education for Sustainable National Development. ESND. ESND. Education for Sustainable.
Okay. So who is making a comment? Okay. So you will soon get an award for the highest contributor.
No, the proposal, the name is very sweet to the ears, but the proposal sounds more like a concept note, not a business model.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Will anyone want to say anything from here? Okay, that makes it easier for us. So if you will like to fund this NGO, please, can we see your hand up? You would like to fund this NGO? Six. You have 6 funders. You are on queue. All right, thank you so much. Now, before we call out the election result, we'd like to have maximum of 3 people. What has this section? What has the experience been like? Okay, online, sorry. So can we get the online people? We have 10 minutes left. Online, you have 2 people in the 2 groups in the online. So who is presenting for the profit? Or whichever one you're presenting, you can go ahead and let's hear from you. Tell us the name of your group.
Omolara is presenting for profits.
All right, go
ahead. Rejoice. Okay. I'm presenting for the non-profit. Should I go ahead?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Rejoice and I'm presenting for the non-profit. We have an NGO and we call it EduSave. We focus on supporting education in rural communities. We have been able to identify with a community we decide to call Community A, and we found that they have good, the teachers are putting their best into teaching, but because that's the only public school in the community, so there is overcrowded in their classes. And there isn't enough ventilation. So we decided that we would help build at least 2 classes that are wide and well ventilated to reduce the volume of students in each of the other classes per cadre, as in past level. Probably one we give them like a 2, primary 2, and so on and so forth. Then our stakeholders are the community heads themselves and our partners, the donors that support us. We have all looked into the need to help to build the classrooms for those children. Then the way we intend to achieve it is to use the bottom to top approach. We are actually involving the whole community. We're building together. The children will help in carrying science after school hours.
Left.
Okay, after school hours to the site of building. Everybody has a part to play in building so that we can all say it's our school. the value we think this will bring to the community is the joy of having a block classroom, the peace of having
Thank you so much.
teach.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we might not have much comment from the online, but we'll vote. So we have the non-profit, as you said, non-profit program. So both online and offline, if you will fund this program, if you're ready to sponsor the program, please can we see your hand? Both online and offline. So Yemi, help us count the online. Okay. Online inclusive. So online we have one person who is ready to invest in education. Ask person. The Lord is seeing you. Thank you so much. Now, can we go to Engineer Ahmed? Is now you're raising your hand after the ballot has been closed.
Oh, sorry.
We are online.
I've been trying to manage.
Okay, can we go to the profit making? Who is presenting? Can we get to hear you, please?
I am. Omolara is presenting. I'm presenting.
Okay, Omolara, you're talking, but we can't hear you.
Live and clear.
Yeah.
I'm hearing.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Sir.
Yes, your time starts now. Can we hear me? Hear me?
I'm presenting for Delhi's Gourmet Restaurants. This is our own business model for it. For our key partners, we have the owners, the community, the suppliers, and the architect that are going to help us to restructure the restaurant. We intend to make the Delhi's Gourmet Restaurants a new eyebrow restaurant that will serve only delicacies for the top-notch and the CEOs and corporate organizations. So we have also for our key activities, presentation, we are presenting specialized menu, and we are going to be delivering top-notch menu to such functions on request. For our key resources, we have employees, that's the HR, we have our suppliers, the location, for which we intend to do some community service. We will also be using the ICT. For our value proposition, we have food safety, quality assurance, gourmet specialty, new booking software, and accounting processes that will enhance our business. For customer relationship, we have decided to meet the needs of the customers according to their requests. We're going to be solving needs and going to be listening to individual feedbacks. Our channels of booking will be through personalized apps, direct mail, on the web, and through social media. We'll also engage in
30 seconds more, please.
For the customer segments, we have the corporate, the diplomats, and the government functionaries. Our cost structure will include the furniture, the cookeries, and the new kitchenettes that we'll be building. Our revenue stream will be from the food and beverage, entertainment, group management, and membership fees. We'll also be doing online orders.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was a beautiful presentation. So, who is investing in this restaurant? So, who is, how many? 14. Online, how many of you want to eat food? Excellence. If we close the pool, don't vote again. Online, we are giving you the last chance. Okay, so it's still excellence. So one.
Me. Let me vote online. Okay. Oh my God.
Your vote has now become invalid.
Why is my hand not going up? Oh, internet, shame on it.
All right, thank you. You can mute your mic. Thank you so much. Omolara, please comfortably mute your mic. You have observation for them? For the... Okay, so let's give you 10 seconds.
I can say maybe just adding value to the business, because one of the selling points, I agreed. Actually, we need to, Jumia is trying something like that, but actually it's not really quite telling people these are the cuisine we are having for a short time to so period of time: morning, evening, lunch, breakfast, brunch, and interval.
All right.
All the cuisine they've had, actually.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for all of us, both online, offline? Everyone has fully participated in this workshop section. Now, I will take 30 seconds from here and 30 seconds from here. What has been your experience in this particular section? So one from here and one from here. Have you learned something? Has something added? So let's hear from here and hear from here. So what has added to you? Very quickly, can we do that very fast? Please, online, if you're also, if this particular session has benefited you, just raise your hand and then we'll give you the privilege to unmute. Who is speaking?
Well, what I've learned so far is that based on the question that was given to us, I think it's very important to keep to the rules. Okay. Because I've observed that so many persons have written what is supposed to be correct, but when you are in the midst, in a crowd where you're supposed to deliver it, you digress or you want to explain everything and you miss out.
Okay.
So just hit it on the head.
So emotional intelligence
is very important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from here? Okay. Yeah. See him, give him. Okay, who is that? Okay, give her. Before it costs to
Thank
turn
you
to
very
quarrel.
much. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
This session is kind of an eye-opener. A lot of things, in fact, new idea. You
Okay,
look
they
at
say
the
you should not use
businesses-
bedroom voice.
Okay, look at, I have golden voice anyway.
Okay.
Looking at the proposals we have, business proposals we have here. Thank you very much. I said this session is like an eye opener. I've learned new thing. Just a business idea is not far from us. Just within a twinkling of an eye, we have actually developed a business concept. Like looking at the Dispatch Rider app, I don't think I've heard of it before. And in fact, I didn't think of it, but when this session came up and we were able to look at it, I think some of us here will venture into that business. Is actually, I know of boats, but I never knew of motorcycle dispatch riders app. But this is a good innovation and I think it will go far.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let's take one person from online. One person from online, please. If there is anyone there that this session added anything to you, you could just raise your hand and we'll do that very fast. Or you just unmute and let's hear you. Okay, so I have Rejoice. So can we put Rejoice on? Rejoice, please fire on.
Thank you very much. One thing I think I have so learned is that the viability.
Rejoice, we can't hear you.
Okay. One thing I think I've learned so well here is that the viability of any good idea takes a lot of effort. There are a lot of things you need to put together to take your idea from just an idea into something people can buy into. Like she said, the other lady said, all those ideas were viable and beautiful, but to put it down for somebody who is not seeing from your point to see from your point, it's a lot of effort. And I think you've made that clear to me. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Once again, let's put our hands together. It has been a lovely exercise, and this is just what I want to achieve so that we can find investment ideas. All right. So they got 21 people interested in buying their houses. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. They did well. Okay. Then we had One Touch Logistics Company. Okay. So One Touch Logistics Company told us that they wanted to create an app for logistics, for dispatch riders. But in their Nigerian limit, Own a Home Nigeria, they wanted to explain everything to. They were in a haste and they committed an offense. While I was trying to take the mic, they were holding the mic. But irrespective, they still got 14 persons interested in investing. Let's put our hands together for them. Then we have the ESND, a non-profit that is focusing on education, quality of education. And they did well. They used the BMC to tell you that education is not a priority in Nigeria. With all they said, it's only 6 people that said, we will buy. 6 quality investors. Others said education is not a problem. So let's clap for them. Okay. All right. Yes. Okay. Then from the online community, we also had another nonprofit that is also interested in education. And they made their presentation. They used the BMC and they were able to secure people that did not see them. They were able to secure 8 persons from offline and 1 person from online. So let's clap for them. They did well. Now, this one also shocked me. It shocked me, I'm telling you. Profit Online Restaurant. To tell you where our interest is. So they used the BMC and they told us the kind of service they will render. And you know the amazing thing? Out of the whole number, 14 people physically that have not even seen the food said they will buy. And we'll have, okay, additives.
You see girls there, you see this.
I see. Okay. Then they have 4 persons online to buy. Altogether, 18 persons interested to invest in their business. That's lovely. So we have done a great work. You did it, you evaluated it. What do we know? So Own a Home had the highest investors, followed by the restaurant, followed by A&B Logistics, followed by One Touch Logistics, followed by ESND, and then followed by Poverty Alleviation. To tell you that, wait, we are not interested in fighting poverty. We are not. We are not. Thank you so much. It's been a lovely experience. Once again, let's put our hands together for the presenters. It was lovely. And please, can we go back to our seats? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you so much. We are gradually going into the breakout sessions. But our breakout sessions will be like, eat as you go. So as you collect your food, you come to your own session and sit down. The facilitator will be there waiting for you. Yes, we have another breaker. Said, no, this one is specialization, not. Don't worry. When you meet your facilitator, you know what it's coming to do. Okay. Now, before we do that, very quickly, the gift. All right. Please, I would like to have the registrar on stage. I would like to have the registrar on stage. And I would also like to have Dr. Pat Uyane on stage. Please, both of them. Let's put our hands together for them as they come. So Dr. Pat has served Nigeria for 35 years. Okay, he has served and retired, whether 35 or not. There was no indictment. He served with integrity. He served with compliance. He served with quality mind. And today we just want to appreciate him for doing Nigeria well. Yes. Please, before you go take your food, wait, let's appreciate this man. It's not easy to serve Nigeria and come out clean. Please, in the next 5 minutes, we can go for food. Please come over, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We can actually have a seat. So in 1 minute or two, we have the director of HRM from his ministry, the person that worked his retirement. The person that worked both his recruitment, or the department that worked both his recruitment and retirement, they are here. So in 1 minute or two, we'd like to hear from the director of HRM. What was this man's life as a civil servant? Please, can I get this?
Well, this is a very good opportunity to market our, our honorable director that retired just yesterday. Around this time yesterday, we were giving him this type of honor, eating cake and everything. We know that he has really put in the whole of himself into this service, and he spent 12 years as a director. Yes. Let's say they didn't remove that 8-year something. He could have been gone long time ago. But thankfully, he's still there, and we really, really enjoyed it. Very hardworking, doesn't look his age, as you can see. And he's somebody that is sociable, you can work with. You know, you can work with him, and he's very good. Nigeria still needs him. That is what I would just say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, Dr. Pat, in 1 minute, what was life in service? And now that you're almost 24 months old as a retiree, what has been life like?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm actually very delighted to be in your mix. I was supposed to be part of this activity, but then unfortunately, because of the transition issues, I couldn't really come up the way I should have come up. All right. And this is, I call her Mamamu, our plural mother, because just like the executive director said, he saw me in and decided when I leave. Life in service, yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's not, I don't know what to say, but I don't think I really would want to recommend the service for anybody. It remains the way it is. Unfortunately, I speak too straight on issues. I was listening, I came in late, listening to the conversations and what people were presenting and so on. And I was generally impressed, because it does mean that people are willing to think from the scratch. The service needs to be reinvented. All right. And I said that yesterday too. You can run a service on what I call chua mentality. The only way that will stop, and that's the first step you need to take. The only way it will stop is that people come into the service, plot a graph of their service, financially and otherwise to the end. If you do that, then the person sits back and work wholeheartedly for you. That is when you can now start saying you're making demands on people to do this, do that. You understand? But then, I don't know the extent, I don't know our audience, but then I don't know how best to put it, but I think it's a primary thing that the service needs to look at. Then if you ask me about life outside the service, today alone, I was able to get up and say, okay, fine. I need to get into this office and get A, B, C, D done. Now, when I got there and I had reason to wait, I was not thinking of Pamset calling me at all. And I had a quality discussion. And because I was not thinking anybody was peeping my back, I could speak straight. I mean, so the service is quite restrictive. And then if you now look at it from that other perspective of not being able to grow, or less by chua, it's killing. It kills the intellect. I mean, we need to speak these things out. If they want, let them reinvent the service so that people will have reason to enter the service. I don't, it's unfortunate, but that's how I feel. Because I don't think I will consciously advise my own child to pick the Nigerian Civil Service. If it's CBN, well, yes. If it's NNPC, well, yes. You understand? If it's NDC, NDIC, yes. You understand? Yes. I mean, how can you on earth? And of course, I still blame the civil servants for all of this. Labor had no reason asking for increase in salary. All they need to do is to say, harmonize salary. If you harmonize salary, we go to work. If you don't harmonize, we stay where we are. It's as simple as that. There's nothing to discuss. Please, I like I said, you know, when you speak. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so, you know, when you speak extempo, you tend to digress a lot. And, but I tell you that on the whole, I'll miss the people I left behind in service because I was able to cultivate some personal relationships. And for me, that's a lot. All right. But my worry is, why shall we live in penury as civil servants and retire again into penury? That's killing. Please, all of you, pray for us, who we are or who are civil servants. Thank you very much.
Please, can we put our hands together for Dr. Pat? Why do we live in penury and still retire in penury? Civil service need a reinvention. And he's not talking like this because he's retired. If you know him, that's how he talks. He's not afraid of resigning and he's not afraid of being fired. And now that he's retired, he's not afraid of even not getting his gratuity and pension. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. You want to say something? Okay, for the sake of time, we might not take questions. Okay, you want him to? Okay, please go ahead.
I understand Dr. Pat so well, and I know that's how he speaks. He speaks his mind and he doesn't compromise on his words. He says it as it is. But I would like you to give us the positive side of it. Now the service is like that. What did you do? What did you give in your years of service that we can learn from? What did you give? Let's learn from that, because I've learned something from you with the little time we've met, and I want you to impart some of those legacies. What did you find wrong somewhere? You may generalize, don't be specific if you wish to do that. And then how did you correct some things?
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you again. You see, if you ask me, I'll tell you it was a battle. I had cause to speak to somebody who is much, much higher. And I say, if I speak the way I feel, you won't understand me. And I don't think I'll use such expressions here. But the thing is that you have a serious battle. In fact, I said that by the time you're leaving the service, you can't even say who you are. You can't even say who you are. You understand? That's where the problem is. Because you have a battle trying to keep within what you think. In fact, one young man that worked with me, you know what he said? I was thinking of leaving, that the moral burden of the subject of department is too much. So on the whole, yes, what happens is that with that struggle, and of course, if you think you can run the way you want to run, you'll be ready to meet those roadblocks. You'll be ready to meet those roadblocks. So you must come to some level of compromise in your personality. You can't win that battle straight. And that's why if for any reason I see some certain things within some small level, I look at them and say, well, this wouldn't be good. This is not it. If you ask a person that knows me will tell you that I have an open door policy one, and I really think that the director does not need a big office. The director should sit down, and then his people working with him should have this thing they call workstations. And you can talk to yourself in 1 second and the file moves and comes out. I've tried to implement it in 1 or 2 places that I worked. So those are the kind of things I think it should be. I really don't think that the director should be isolated and godified. I don't believe in that. So those are the small things we'll try to. But if it's whether you can be frontal in that service, you'll be crushed. If it's in those days, he will tell you, look here, you can't stand in front of a moving train because you'll be crushed, sure be crushed. So it's something that the system had to start correcting from up. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for him once again. So he tried to bring in cost effectiveness, service improvement, access, office access, and all of that. So that's a good, or those are good improvements. Now, we want to say a very big thank you to you for serving. Whether you believe it or not, the farmer in the least local government in Adamawa State had the impact of your service from the ministry. Because as your ministry, you coordinated order up to the grassroots. And as far as the states of US, Nigerians there also had impact of your service. So every Nigerian had something they got from your service. And today, we are celebrating you, not just as Nigerians. As of today, we have about 5 countries in this program. Those joining online will have from Ghana, Cameroon, Malawi, yes, Benin Republic, and some others there. And then we Nigerians, they are joining us today to celebrate you. And we might not have had much, but we just want to welcome you to your new life. So from what we have here, we have a diary to rewrite your life. So it's time to start the new journey. We did not just give you a diary, we also gave you a pen so that you don't borrow one. And we believe that water is crucial. It provides you with the necessary natural energy you need. So we are also giving you a flask so that you have enough water at all times. And it's not just an ordinary flask, it's a thermostat regulated flask. So as far as you want to keep running, you have enough water to go through. So on this point, we appreciate you for your work. And we also, as an institute, being a fellow and now a grand fellow, we want to present this token to you. So the registrar will humbly do that. Thank you so much. Please feel free.
You know, we've known Dr. Pat for quite some time, and from there, you know, he's a very pragmatic and charismatic person. So we have enjoyed his companionship and everything. Maybe the issue he raised are things we should take up on another, especially the issue of working in penury and living in penury and retiring in penury. I think it should be a basis for discussion to motivate and maybe motivate the people in the public service and Nigeria as a whole. But I think maybe has really brought an issue that we should look into. So we cannot continue to grumble and grumble and grumble. Maybe we should do something about it, especially some of us who are senior to Dr. Pat in retirement from the civil service. So thank you very much.
All right. So let's make the gift. And after the gift, please feel free to come over, then we'll snap. Present, please. Okay. Please, can we have people from Ministry of Justice to join us to have this snapshot here? And while we are doing that, if you are a fellow, please, this side. Right? Is that Engineer Lani? Is that you? If they take light here again today. Okay. So Engineer Lani is the regional manager of Just Electricity Distribution Company and is also a fellow. You're welcome, sir. So as we are doing that, if you're a fellow, please, when you're coming, sit towards the side. If you're a member and an associate, please sit towards the side. Your facilitators will be meeting you. Okay.
While the group photograph is going on, please, we encourage all those who have not had their meal to quietly proceed to the entrance and get your meal. You sit back and enjoy. For online participants, you are still with us. Thank you very much. And please note, we have the hard copies of your photograph displayed just by my right, just behind the hall here. Do well to see yours and pick yours. Then you meet the alumni financial secretary and make your payment. Thank you very much. Remember, a copy is 1,000 naira.
Thank you very much. I sincerely did not expect this, but I know that the institute is dynamic. You know, when I came for the very first time to activities of the institute, the question I asked at the end of it, how did you manage to get my name? You understand? Because that's, I mean, I never heard of it, and the next thing was this. And I've had meetings, one or two, what looks like private meetings with the hierarchy of the institute. And of course, I aired my views, paid my minds, and I think it's a well-articulated institute that needs every support it can get. And like I said, when they were talking about trying to make proposals, I have a proposal that I know the institute will buy too. Or that all of you want to invest in. No, I'm sure. You understand? And take it, I mean, we've discussed and we said, look here, we must find a way to synergize. I believe in, why I didn't vote for the food person is I say he's cooking for the top notch. So that removed me from it. I don't eat where top-notch eats. I believe in pro-poor programs. You understand what I'm saying? So if programs are pro-poor, I'm more attracted to it. So what we are looking at is how do we leverage people out of poverty? That's the primary thing. And to do that, and I think the Institute has the capacity, with some of us coming together, articulating these things together and putting things together to see how to. Why I am interested is for the fact that I know it doesn't take the whole country to move a country forward. It takes a few people who understand themselves, who agree among themselves to move the country forward. And I tell you, it doesn't take a lot because there are a lot of things we keep importing that we can't fabricate. And that's what I think we should do. So, and when I was listening, they were talking about what looks like commercial. Nobody was producing. Nobody was producing. Nobody was trying to really offtake what is the thing wasting here. We need to offtake those things. Those are the issues. And that's why I said, in fact, I wish I was really prepared for some of these things because we would have, I'm actually very grateful. I'm impressed. And I'm glad that you are keeping the faith. All right. And we will do everything possible to see that we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Please, once again, let's appreciate Dr. Pat. He has done well. Thank you so much. Okay, so with all being said, if you're a fellow beside, as you carry your food, if you're a member associate this side, can we do that very fast? And please, when you're sitting, sit close to the wall. Sit facing this way. Then you sit facing that way. All right? Please sit facing, because we are going to Bible study now. So sit facing this way, and then sit facing this way. For the directorate cadre, for the fellow cadre, more of the things that Dr. Pat has said, we have the Director of Human Resources that will be talking to us on service improvement strategies. So we have that discussion with her in this wing. Then he also said there is need to plot a trajectory of your career. So we have strategic career planning by Dr. Oshati Titilola, Director of Human Productivity. Okay, Director of Productivity and Capacity Building. So she's going to be discussing with us on strategic career planning. So let's come this way. Members and associates this way. Fellows this way. Please, let's sit facing this side. Yes, we'll face this side. So I'm going to give us like 5 minutes so that we'll be done with our eatings and all of that. And then the discussion is just for about 30 minutes. Okay, the discussion is about 30 minutes, and then we'll move on. At this point, the online environment, somebody will be there to also have a few discussions with you, but more on general questions and answers. All right? So I have Yemi on the board. So Yemi, you can take all your questions and advise accordingly. Thank you so much. Please, the discussions are off the mic discussions. So we'll not be using this mic. It's off the mic discussion. So you have to sit quite close for you to hear your facilitator. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, before I attend, before we talk, I wanted the sound man to disconnect this from the general sound. Can you just pass? Just a moment. Hello. Hear me? Hello. Can you hear me, please? Sound is still coming up. Check. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, kindly type 1 in the chat room. Muted. The sound is echoing. Okay. Can you hear me now? If you can hear me, please type 1. Oh, thank you very much. You can freely unmute your device. Once again, welcome to the Executive Development Workshop. And it's nice to have all of you online. Thank you for your patience. I can imagine how you worked hard to get a good network. I can imagine how you were able to, have the even to arrange your affairs, to arrange your environment, just to enjoy this workshop. And over time, we've been having this kind of program. We've been having, in fact, the last one we had people from about 14 countries. I can imagine what it just takes to be committed to the program. So I want to say welcome and well done. Congratulations on your induction yesterday. All right, I'm here to answer questions. If you have any questions, if there are some I can't answer, I will direct them to the ED himself. But then if you have questions, fine. If you don't have questions, if there are concerns and you want to discuss them, I am here for you. Let's talk. We have a few minutes to do this so that we can quickly get back on to the last part of the session today. So you're free to unmute yourself, your device, if you wish to talk. Please kindly unmute if you want to talk. Let me know your concerns. Let me know your questions. If you have any advice for us, any updates, anything, let's talk. It's a session for you to hear your concerns. If it's an agitation, if it's appraisals, anything, let's hear them. We're ready to take advice. And if you wish to chat it. Can't unmute. Okay, you can't unmute. I'm trying, but it's not possible. Okay, let me see the setting. Okay, that was that setting. But let me minimize. Go to mute. Mute on. Click out. Okay, allow them to unmute. Yes. All right, so you can unmute yourself now.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's interesting to be able to speak, finally.
Be able to speak finally, you say.
Because I have tried severally. Eh? I have yet.
Okay. Seeing your face for the first time. We've been in several classes together, and it's actually interesting.
Yes. I was very happy that I see you. Okay, so first and foremost for me, I don't know if I'm being heard.
Yeah, you're here. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Your voice is really, really faint.
Hello, is it so clear now?
Yeah, it comes on and then it fades away. I don't know why that is.
Hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Go ahead. The volume was very low before.
Okay. The first thing I wanted to ask about, I mean, of course, I do appreciate all that the IIPM has been able to offer as value. And I mean credible value, because there is real value. I was thinking about the idea or the notion of IIPM's intention to expand beyond Nigeria.
Okay.
I raised that before with them, where I was just fresh, as it were, in Cameroon. I did raise that with them, but it's looking like I may have to be on posting to maybe Ethiopia. So I may be living here. But I did ask that if there was any plan or anything concrete as a thought for them to also replicate certain of the things that they are doing here in a place like Cameroon. I asked that before. So that's still something I would have loved to have an answer on.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Thank you very much for those ideas. And I'm happy you're also bringing this up. Very good to see how consistent you are with IPM programs. Now, this is an idea you sold by IPM before, and I think from next year, since you're having presence or participants from most of these countries you mentioned, it is a good idea to stretch our wings to areas like that. And I think that's one has been in your thing. We're trying to start to get to an extent where you have recognition from most of those who are in this country first. First, we have representation. We have people like you who can actually show people what IIPM is doing and can do, and more also people who are able to join the program. Now, that is just what we're counting on. And I think work is ongoing on that aspect. That is why he said, he even mentioned during yesterday's program, that next induction program will be in Ghana. So I think they're beginning to consider in Ghana, they're beginning to consider other countries. So, when you take inductions like this to other countries, the next thing is we want to have trainings by you. So it starts like that. It starts with being able to at least have the confidence of 1 or 2 persons or 10 persons vying for moving in will become easy. Those people become the first people to take on training. When the training is good and effective, it's just like what we learned today. So I believe it's an idea, and you bringing it up shows that you know what the market is like. I think it will be on the table in front of you. Consider more this idea. If we have these ideas or people who are ready to, give us a way, open up the way for us in other countries, why not? We are open to those ideas, and thank you very much for that idea. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please do and come back to Nigeria. Let's see you. All right. Thank you. All right. Someone else. All right, Mrs. Rejoice King. Please, we'd like to hear you now.
Well done and good afternoon. I would want to know, how close am I to enjoy all that those on site are enjoying? If you want my opinion, the lunch and the tea break, I can give that to you.
Network is
But
terribly breaking. Is it my
every other
network
thing they
or
have,
network?
we can't get, if there's a way you get to see. No, my name. Hello?
Your network is breaking. I don't know if it is my own. Is it my network or yours?
I don't know which, but I think my network is okay because I can hear you clearly.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. What I'm saying is this. What effort is being made to make sure we have everything they have in that conference hall? You know, the lapel, if you would, if we online could pay, we would send. And then if there's a way to get it across to us, fine. Then even the pictures, I thought that like this, if there's a place where you capture our pictures from your screen, you could put it together and snap it. That shows that this is you can put it on your magazine, your online community. You do not, I don't know if you've done that, but if we are not present with an induction picture, this should be able to do for an induction picture for us. I don't know if I'm making some sense to you, if you really got what I'm trying to say. Did you?
A lot of sense. A lot of sense. A lot of sense. I assure you, a lot of sense. All right. Well, it was mentioned yesterday. We actually want to capture everyone. So if you have a nice picture, in fact, if you have pictures, if you can get a gown somewhere, snap send. It will be included in the picture mashup that will be done and the rest. We want to have a picture of every individual. So said
Snap and if, sir, I'm sorry to cut in. If you see the honor of having, there is this thing on the gown that shows IIPM. That's what is quite important to us.
You know what?
You understand?
You know what we can do? What I think is, this is a technology world. I can actually give you, I can actually give you the top of somebody who has won the gown, and your head is on top. You know, it can be edited.
Yes, it can be edited.
So
good enough.
But please, it won't be enough because now you cannot be here. You're talking from a place. Where are you calling from? Calling in from? Where are you calling in from?
Myself?
Yes.
From Ogun State. It's Nigeria here. It's just that my work cannot allow me leave.
Yes. Okay, what we'll do?
I can't, in fact, I can't take a step out of my office as it is.
We can take a screenshot of everyone online if we can at some point enable our videos and we're well dressed. That is one. But it will not be clear enough. It will just be evidence of those who attended and the honor that they gave it all the things. Yes, but it will really be enough for us. So we really, really love to have a nice snapshot of every individual. That was why we said, send a nice snapshot of yourself. Probably we'll just give it a measurement from top, maybe from the arm here up. And someone can actually edit the body of that individual but you're wearing gown. It's possible. It's something that is doable.
Okay.
And that way,
I agree to that.
yeah. So send a
thank
picture,
you.
a nice, very clear picture to the group of yourself for those who are online. Maybe you just put your full name, put online.
Okay.
Topic, so we know for those who are online. That way, let it be from your elbow in the elbow upwards, like that. Aha. That kind of picture can be edited. If it is very clear, send it as an attachment, as a document.
Okay.
I mean, sorry, as a document. Once you do that, such can be edited.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Then the other materials, once you've made payment for it, signify or identify if you have I don't know how. I think there's a way the institute sends parcels, sends materials like this for those who have paid. So two ways: either payment is made for transportation, and you get someone who comes to Abuja and can pick it up for you. Those are the two options. It's either they pay them for transportation, or you make an arrangement for someone who is visiting, collect those things for you. As for the materials, if you are on the Google Classroom, you get the materials. Again, it can be sent to your emails, all the materials. People are collecting already. Here. Your own materials paid for can be sent to you, or you can send someone pick them up for you.
Okay. Now, if I may ask also, when it comes to the conference materials, you were telling people about the pen and the flash drive yesterday.
Yes, the materials, yes.
Okay, it will still have been the same material we will be getting.
Yes,
okay.
It is just the
Thank you.
lapel that will be paid for, the lapel, the photography, if done. That's all. Those are the two things. Then the alumni fees. Okay, that's all. Those are the things that you pay for. But for those, the pen, the lapel you pay for, and then your ID card comes to you. That one is paid for already in your package. It's one of the packages. But your certificates also can be sent alongside. So you just make your payment for those things you need to pay for as a lapel, the what do you call it, the alumni fees, and I think that's the only thing. The photography, that's all. The other things are passport and sent to you. It's either you make arrangements for it to be sent to you, arrangement for transportation, or you have someone who comes to Abuja that can pick it up for you.
Okay, thanks so much.
You're welcome. This is Omolara Olomoda. Please kindly unmute the time now. Thank you so much, Mrs. Victoria.
You're welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Well, yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Faintly, I can hear you. But can you hear me? I can't hear you. You can hear me, okay. I was my notes is on cost consulting. Learn the rudiments of the trade and to improve on ourselves. I was going to say that, is there a forum or is there a way by which you can create a forum for consultants to meet and learn from each other and have the institute facilitate such a program so that we constantly are being developed. We don't have to wait until we have courses or trainings like this. I'm thinking that there should be a forum for us to come together, and talk together so that we can better relate and ask each other for assistance here and there. That's one. Then the second thing I wanted to talk about is if it will not be of too much of a cost, is it not better for members to have their own academic gowns? The institute can still have some for give out during ceremonies, but especially for us fellows. I think we should have our own. We should all try and get one so that we can keep it. If we remain fellows of the institute by God's grace, then we should still have the gown to our name. Because yesterday it said, wear a gown you have. In my house here, I know I can get red, green, but I discover I don't have a blue. And I don't have the one with yellow or IIPM, what is it, the necktie. So that necktie, the gown, can be made for sale. If the suggestion comes through, then I think we would have solved a bit of our own issues. Thank you.
I don't think our facilitator is around, or the network. Well, we wait. I believe he will answer our questions soon.
Can anybody hear him?
I am hearing you loud and clear. I wonder why we're not hearing me at all.
I'm not hearing you now. All the while I was speaking, I didn't hear you and I didn't get any response.
I heard everything you said.
Yes,
I was actually responding when I heard you saying no sound.
Okay. Thank you very much.
On your first point on a forum for consultants to get together, something I will push the institute for consideration. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will push that to the institute for consideration. That point of having consultants come together, not just coming together when there are trainings alone or even induction. Times consultants can even have a meeting, talk on development and the rest. I think it's a welcome idea. Even though we have a group for all, once you become an alumni, once you become a member at any level, we have an alumni group.
Yes.
That we all belong to. Yes, that group is available.
Yes,
that
I just
for all our alumni.
Yeah.
So there, if anybody has any idea, person can push it to the group or push it to even the council, alumni council member, or the alumni board members can decide, talk about them, and see how things are pushed. I think it's a very welcome idea on programs. And the second idea about gowns. Well, I tell you, for you who have one or two gowns at home, because it is an idea that is also being done. I will also push that, because yesterday somebody mentioned something similar, that you should mention the cost. Some people may be able to actually not even bother about the cost, so that from wherever they are. Because once we are inducting new members, your responsibility is to be present, to see them being inducted, and to welcome them, and because you have now become the senior of that group. So I would push that to the institute. If they can approve that, so that individuals can have. So individuals who can now make payment for it, or if it will be made mandatory that once you pay money on this for so amount, you can have your gown. So from wherever you are, you can wear any program and the rest to show the member. I would discuss that. I jotted your suggestions down.
Thank you very much.
Show you these things to be discussed, and then you will see results.
Thank you very much.
The council still have to take decisions on them, so you will see results. Thank you so much. Any more? We have. We'll say 5 minutes. We'll say 5 minutes, please. All right. Say 5 minutes.
I need to make a request or a suggestion. Are you here?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. Now, if I wish to request that my package for this be sent to my contact, an address in Calabar. Can that be done?
Why not? If there's somebody who can communicate, is it that the person is coming down or it is sent to the person? Just so that the person communicates. Yes, and then the person can, is either you or the person bears the cost, no problem.
Yes, I can send the money. I just need to know how much is involved. And I'll give an address and a contact.
No
it's sent to the person. Okay.
No problem.
So,
and the person does not just come to Abuja. The person doesn't come to Abuja.
Well, it's a sister. It's my sister, and they just moved. They just moved into Calabar. So I was thinking that that's the only contact I have as of now. Yeah, I would have loved if it's possible, and if it could be done soon, because I'm leaving next week. I'll be traveling from here to Ethiopia next week, and it is harder to send money than from Cameroon.
I'm from Cameroon. Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. All right, one more question, Mrs. Rejoice, please. One more, interaction, Mrs. Rejoice.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask, if one is trying to open a consulting firm or an NGO, can IIPM be of help in helping you achieve it easily?
Come again, ma'am.
Did you hear that, sir? If you're considering registering, if you're considering registering properly, a consulting firm and or an NGO, can IIPM be of help in making it easier? Would you be able to offer the connections, or will you be able to take over the registration from one so that it can be easier and more thorough?
Yes, that is the consulting aspect that can be discussed with the ED. I think they have such services.
Okay.
Yes, I think.
Okay, so how do you get that across? How can one get to have a meeting with him, not coming down to Abuja, that we just do the whole talking on phone?
You can set a meeting like this on Zoom, and it's easy. So just he will give you his time. I'll make sure I work out with him to give you a time. If it's okay with you, you can have a meeting with him and his team. We'll get back to you on that. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this session. I hope you enjoyed. I actually enjoyed all the questions. Very intelligent minds. I assure you all your concerns have been noted and they'll be discussed with the Governing Council of the IIPM. Thank you so much for your time. Do enjoy the rest of this program. And I hope that we will continue to have these intelligent minds engage with us and see how we can grow together. We are consultants. We help people to build businesses. And we know we also need help of other consultants too, so we respect one another. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. That'll be all for now. Enjoy the rest of your day.
you must develop a strategy to make them feel happy doing their job, either in terms of little reward, in terms of commendation, in terms of, so on and so forth. Though as a leader too, sometimes, maybe as a director, your chief executive or your PAMSEC will give you an assignment and tell you that I want it in the next 24 hours or 48 hours. So even if it is a weekend, you will ensure that your middle management should be made, and also the frontline officers should be made to come even during non-working days to really make sure that the job is done and is done to satisfaction, so that first thing tomorrow, by the beginning of the week, you take it to your chief executive or your PAMSEC. But it's also advisable as a leader, if there is something that falls out of that, please don't be too greedy. Don't be too greedy, please. Carry your middle line managers and also instruct the middle line managers to also carry the front line officers. Doing that will really help you to achieve your goals and targets. So in a nutshell, I think that is what we have discussed and how we want to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so obviously our facilitator did well. So please, Ma, if you don't mind, we want to appreciate you. So please, can you come forward? We might not have too much to give, but the little we have, we want to give. Where is my photographer? Have you gone on sabbatical? Please, let's one more time put our hands together for our mommy.
So we discussed about strategic career planning. We've discussed about strategic career planning, and in strategically planning our career, we've actually discussed about the organization aspect of helping us to plan our career and the personal way we can as well plan our career by ourselves. Now, there are some ingredients that need to be involved when planning our career. So we were taking from the aspect of history of career, who invented it, who first discovered the term career. So from the history, we move to strategic planning. Then away from the strategic planning, we move to the exercise, what we need to do to plan our career. And finally, we discuss on the short-term planning of our career and the long-term planning of our career. So our career should be precise, straight to the point. And when organization is helping us to develop our career, they are developing it for a purpose. And the purpose can be useful for them and can be useful for you that they are developing the career for. Thank you
So much. Please, can we put our hands together? This the way he said it so shortly obviously meant several things had been learned. So one more time, let's put our hands together for Dr. Oshati Titilola. All right, that means she has also done a great work. Please, ma, kindly come to the podium. We might not have all, but please, we just have a little token to appreciate you with. Please feel free to come over. Let's put our hands. Thank you so much. So we are giving you a golden pen. All right, today we have come to the close of the program. Let me quickly make one or two announcements and then we'll be gone. Tomorrow, 8:30 on the dot, we are starting with proposal development. If you miss it, you miss something seriously. Proposal and presentation. And that session will be in just 30 minutes. And you have another 20 minutes to make your proposals. Now, for the work we started with today, you developed a business model. The next thing is to develop a proposal or a concept note on that. So your group, as you're going home, prepare your proposal. The document of proposal development is already in the Google Classroom. So download, go through, and then prepare. You have 2 minutes for your presentation tomorrow. Please remember to pick your lapels, your pictures, and every other thing. Other information will be shared in the platform. Please don't also forget to evaluate us for today. For all of our facilitators, kindly avail us the opportunity to have a group picture with you. Thank you.
All right, the event for the day has ended. You may now disconnect. The room will be open again like 8:30 in the morning tomorrow. And until then, please do rest well. Enjoy your night. Be absorbed in the things you learned. Ponder over them throughout the night and come here refreshed tomorrow morning. Good night.
Good night, sir.